Chapter 930. Using the divine venomous puppet technique to subdue the Batman, with Qin Wushuang's current divine soul, it was more than enough to control this Batman. Although Qin Wushuang did not lack thugs at the moment, this kind of expert, naturally the more the better. It turned out that this Batman was a bat that cultivated into a demon immortal, called the Black-Winged Bat. Since it was subdued by Qin Wushuang gave it the name Big Black. This black-winged bat was subdued, naturally it would not have the heart to resist. With a thought, Qin Wushuang could kill it through the divine venomous puppet technique. Seeing Qin Wushuang's means, Xiaojiang was full of admiration. If Qin Wushuang did not like to listen to flattery, Xiaojiang's words of admiration would definitely be endless like a torrential river. Seeing Qin Wushuang's means of subduing the Batman, Explosive Tiger's feelings were very complicated. On one hand, he was a person who knew how to repay kindness. On the other hand, he was a person who was very vigilant. Therefore, his attitude towards Qin Wushuang was somewhat worth pondering. In the politeness, there was deep vigilance. Qin Wushuang knew his thoughts, but did not expose him. Instead, he said to Xiaojiang, you're in charge of explaining the situation to Brother Taihong. No need to beat around the bush, just get straight to the point. I think Brother Taihong is a straightforward person, so it's better to get straight to the point. Whether it's a success or failure, business is business, but friendship is not. Xiaojiang was eloquent and immediately understood Qin Wushuang's intention. He smiled and said, Lord Taihong, let me introduce you. This is Lord Xinghe, a reclusive expert in the itinerant cultivator world. The matter is like this. As expected, Little Jiang did not beat around the bush. Instead, he explained his intentions in detail. Of course, the wording was very particular, exaggerating this matter to be very tempting. At the same time, he also faintly used some provocative methods, saying things like spread the name of our itinerant cultivator world, increase the reputation of our itinerant cultivator world, and not let those giant sects look down on our itinerant cultivator world, and so on. Such words were very damaging to an arrogant and conceited man like Tai Hong. However, Tai Hong was not a hot-blooded youth after all. He would not be fooled by these words. After pondering for a while, he raised his head and looked at Qin Wushuang. Their eyes met, and Qin Wushuang smiled calmly. Brother Tai Hong, do you think that I will use the same method to deal with you as I did to the black-winged bat? Tai Hong didn't deny it. Instead, he looked straight at Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang smiled faintly. Brother Taihong, before this, I have never heard of you, Brother Taihong, nor have I heard of any black-winged bats. If it weren't for Xiaojiang's matchmaking, there probably wouldn't have been a trip to Withered Pine Ridge today. I only have one thing to say, when dealing with a gentleman, use a gentleman's method. To deal with villains, use villains' methods. Brother Taihong is an honest man, so I won't hide it from you. If I were to use the same method that I used on Blackwing to deal with you, Brother Taihong, no matter how guarded you are, you would not be able to stop me. Xiaojiang took the opportunity to say, Lord Taihong, Lord Xinghe is still very easygoing. If Lord Taihong is not interested, we will leave immediately and won't force you. But please keep it a secret, Lord Taihong. Taihong was silent, but he believed 70% to 80% of it. He saw that Qin Wushuang was open and aboveboard, and didn't seem like the kind of guy who would backstab others. When the major heavenly tribulation came this time, Tai Hong suffered a loss without any helpers. He was also reflecting in his heart. Sometimes, it really wasn't good to be too isolated. Now that he saw this person in front of him with a dignified appearance, it was obvious that he was someone worth befriending. He was indeed a little tempted. Qin Wushuang said, Brother Tiehong's major heavenly tribulation is about to come, so it's not good for us to disturb you. Xiaojiang, let's go to the next place. Xiaojiang responded and stood up as well. When Taihong saw them walking out, he shouted, Hold on, Brother Taihong, how is it? Qin Wushuang smiled sincerely. Taihong said loudly, No matter what, this Tai, owe you guys a favor this time, and I'm also indebted to you guys thinking highly of me. I've decided to join the team. Xiaojiang was overjoyed. Lord Taihong is indeed a straightforward person. But let's get the unpleasant words out of the way first. Although the rewards of this operation are very high, the risks are also very high. Once Lord Taihong joins, you mustn't give up midway. Taihong said solemnly, this Tai, am not someone who cowers in the face of danger. Qin Wushuang was also overjoyed. Alright, since that's the case, Xiaojiang, we'll wait here for brother Taihong for half a month, wait for him to transcend his major heavenly tribulation, then we'll set off together. Taihong was wildly elated in his heart. This Lord Xinghe saying so indicated that he was willing to stand guard for him to transcend the tribulation. With this kind of celestial deity powerhouse standing guard, how could Taihong not be overjoyed? Half a month later, Taihong successfully transcended the tribulation and joined the team. Including the black-winged bat, the team already had 4 people. In the following time, relying on Xiaojiang's silver tongue, the 7-person team was finally gathered. Except for Xiaojiang, who was slightly weaker, the others were all powerhouses. Among them, Qin Wushuang's cultivation was the highest, at the first tribulation of the celestial deity path. Taihong was second only to Qin Wushuang, who had just entered the celestial deity path. As for the other 4, the black-winged bat was at the peak of the celestial deity path. There were 3 more, 1 at the 7th tribulation of the celestial deity path, and 2 at the 8th tribulation of the celestial deity path, slightly inferior to the black-winged bat's realm, and still a step away from the peak realm. Among them, the 7th tribulation of the celestial deity path was called Jiyu Feng. Although his combat power was not as good as the black-winged bat, his talent in scouting, spying, and sneak attacks gave him a place in the team. The other 2 were a pair of uncle and nephew. Their ages were roughly the same, and their appearances were also very similar. If they didn't say that they were uncle and nephew, it would almost be suspected that they were twins. The uncle's name was Lu Tong, and the nephew's name was Lu Xiong. These 2 uncle and nephew were good at joint killing, and their joint killing methods in battle were extraordinary. They were good at leading the charge. This kind of configuration was very reasonable. Lu Tong and Lu Xiong were in charge of charging from the front. The black-winged bat cooperated in the sky to form a 3-dimensional attack. Jiyu Feng was in charge of scouting in the dark and investigating the enemy. In battle, he could also unleash his long-distance attack ability with the bow and arrow to the greatest extent. Qin Wushuang became the captain without any dispute, and Taihong was the vice-captain. Xiaojiang was the weakest and was the shortcoming in this 7-person team. He was in charge of connecting business, external communication, and other chores. To put it bluntly, he was the role of running errands. Xiaojiang did not belittle himself, instead, he immersed himself in his role. Everyone was well aware that he was the initiator. For this matter, they must go through Xiaojiang's network. They could not kick him out just because he was weak. After 3 months, indeed, the mission of the main divine palace was released as scheduled. Although this mission was very obscure, and most people would not know that the content of this mission was to steal from another plane even if they saw the mission. To put it bluntly, it was plundering between the galaxies. Of course, Qin Wushuang knew that the target of this theft would never be the Tianxian land. It was because there was no transportation channel in the Tianxian land. Xiaojiang walked into the room in high spirits. When he saw his partners were all there, he smiled. Everyone, you all heard the news, right? I didn't lie to you all, right? Taihong received the news and knew about the shocking return rate. He was somewhat worried about personal gains and losses. He rubbed his palms and smiled. Xiaojiang, do you think our team can get a spot? Xiaojiang said with a smile, Vice Captain, you can rest assured. The teams this time are required to be 20 teams. Among them, 3 to 5 spots are for the freelance martial artists. Now, the outside world still doesn't know the exact content of the mission. We also prepared 3 months in advance, there will be no problem. Besides, the one who accepted the registration is my distant cousin, he has a good relationship with me since I was young. Haha, Xiaojiang, if we can succeed, you have made a great contribution. Lu Xiong praised with a chuckle. This Lu Xiong had a rather rough personality and was the complete opposite of his uncle. Xiaojiang did not claim the credit. He scratched his head and smiled. If it weren't for everyone's strength, I would not have a part in this. Even if I knew the news 3 years in advance, it would also be useless. Brother, I know. This time, I'm basking in your light, heh. These words were very pleasing to everyone's ears, and they all laughed happily. But Qin Wushuang said, Xiao Jiang, everyone is on the same boat now. Cut the pleasantries. Do you have any constructive suggestions? Yes. Xiao Jiang said solemnly, Captain, we can submit the application now. The earlier we submit, the more advantage we have. Although the final selection needs some time and needs to pass many tests, I believe that with Captain and the few of you's means, our team will definitely stand out. It won't be a problem. The return rate of the mission issued by the main Divine Hall was so high. The registration was indeed in full swing. In the freelance martial artist world, the freelance martial artists who did not know each other in the past also consciously gathered together, piecing together one team after another. In the entire celestial phenomenon continent, the number of teams that registered actually reached as high as 400 to 500. Only then did Qin Wushuang and the rest who witnessed the entire process of the registration scene know where the main Divine Hall's charm lay. If not for some people having self-awareness, the number of teams that registered might very well exceed 1,000. Too crazy. Lu Xiong mumbled, then grinned and said, but it's more lively like this. Captain, this time, we have to make a name for ourselves and let those sects and forces know that there are powerhouses in the freelance martial artist world too. Yeah, seeing those famous and large sects who claim to be sects, I get angry in my heart. Ji Yufeng was also very depressed. During this period of registration, the freelance martial artists also fully experienced what was called the fickleness of the world. Those sects and forces teams all had their eyes at the top of their heads. They completely looked down on the teams of the freelance martial artist world, thinking that the freelance martial artist teams were put together by a motley crew. This also made the teams of the freelance martial artist world muster up a breath of air, wanting to perform well in the selection. They could not afford to offend the giant sects. Those second and third-rate sects also looked down on the freelance martial artists and also put on airs. Wasn't this bullying people? Qin Wushuang did not care much about these meaningless disputes. Everyone, we're not registering to prove anything to those sects and forces. We only have one goal, and that is to seize a spot. Everything else is meaningless disputes over personal feelings. The real test is in the process of carrying out the mission. Who's strong and who's weak, life and death is the best proof. When everyone heard Qin Wushuang's words, they all nodded their heads repeatedly. I'm going out to participate in an event tonight, hehe. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 931. 400 to 500 teams signed up. Naturally, there was a mix of good and bad teams. Among them, about half of the teams were from sects, while the other half were from rogue cultivators. To select 20 teams from these 400 to 500 teams, the ratio was also 1 in 20 to 30. With such a probability, many teams were destined to go through the motions, and it was impossible for them to be shortlisted. The main shrine naturally would not allow these forces to swarm together. First, there naturally had to be a review. Teams that were obviously not qualified naturally did not even have the right to participate in the competition. In this way, after a round of qualification review, 200 to 300 teams were directly eliminated, leaving more than 100 teams. These more than 100 teams would undergo an in-depth review, and 80 teams would be selected. The content of this in-depth review was naturally to assess the overall strength and adaptability of the teams. For this segment, Qin Wushuang's team passed through without any effort. Their team's name appeared in the list of 80 teams in the last 2 rounds of selection. The final 80 teams would have 2 rounds of duels to determine the final 20 teams. There were still 10 days to the final selection. Xiao Jiang made full use of his connections in the main shrine at this time, and indeed inquired about a lot of information. Captain, among these 80 teams, 36 teams all have heavenly god powerhouses holding the fort. Apart from our team, among the rogue cultivator teams, there are only 6 teams with heavenly god powerhouses. In other words, among the 36 teams with heavenly god powerhouses, 29 of them are from sects. The competition is still very fierce. Xiaojiang also felt a little helpless. At first, he was very confident in being shortlisted, but he did not expect the registration to be so popular. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was extremely calm, as if everything was within reason. Xiaojiang, you have connections in the main shrine. How can those sects and forces not have connections? We formed a team in advance, and they may also form a team in advance. As long as they are well prepared, in terms of manpower, sects and forces will always have an advantage over rogue cultivators. Captain is right. Right now, we're only 2 rounds away from the final 20 spots. No matter what, we must get a spot. With so many sects and forces paying so much attention, it shows that this is definitely a lucrative job, the vice-captain Tai Hong said. 2 captains, of these 2 rounds of selection, we definitely have no problem in the first round. The probability of passing was at least 90%. Because the 36 teams with celestial deity powerhouses were all seeded teams. Then, from the other 44 teams without any heavenly gods, 4 teams would be chosen as seeded contestants. 40 teams were formed. Therefore, in the first round, we won't meet teams with heavenly god powerhouses. It won't be a problem to pass the first round. Although Xiaojiang's strength was not good, his grasp of the situation was very accurate. It shouldn't be a problem for us to pass the battle against a team without a heavenly god powerhouse. The problem was in the second round. If they were unlucky and drew the strongest team, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, the second round requires a little bit of luck. Lu Tong also saw through the mystery. Tai Hong, on the other hand, was rather disapproving. So what if we meet the strongest team? As long as we perform well, there is hope for us to enter the final list. Tai Hong's character was one that refused to admit defeat. It was difficult for him to admit that he was inferior to others. Moreover, their team had 2 heavenly god powerhouses, which was rare among all the teams. Therefore, Tai Hong's confidence was not completely without reason. The result of the first round of the final battle's drawing was not unexpected. Qin Wushuang's group had met a group from one of the second-level sects. This team did not have any heavenly supreme Dao powerhouses, so it was obviously impossible for them to be Qin Wushuang's team's opponent. The result was without any suspense. They were forcefully eliminated by Qin Wushuang's team. There was indeed no suspense in the first round of the final battle. All the teams with heavenly supreme Dao powerhouses did not fall. They all passed the round and entered the final battle. This result was also not unexpected. After the first round of the final battle ended, the final battle's drawing ceremony was immediately initiated. This drawing of the lots would determine the final direction. Therefore, most of the teams appeared to be very serious. Only a few teams that came from the giant forces appeared to be very relaxed. These giant forces would also be listed as seeded contestants in the final battle. It was impossible for them to meet each other. Therefore, they entered the final battle with the mentality that they would definitely be able to advance. This was also the reason why they were in a relaxed mood. As for the teams that did not come from the giant forces, regardless of whether they came from sects or itinerant cultivators, they did not have the qualifications to be seeded contestants. They would be completely disrupted in the drawing of lots, including Qin Wushuang's team. When participating in the drawing of lots, Qin Wushuang's mood was very calm. Even if they drew a seeded team, he was not afraid of anything. The probability of winning or losing was only 50-50. However, Qin Wushuang had never had the habit of deliberately being high-profile in front of others. Therefore, he did not create any momentum for the team. In his opinion, it might be a smart choice to preserve strength and hide some trump cards when the real mission began. In the martial arts arena, no matter how much you were in the limelight, it did not determine life and death, only victory and defeat. When it came to the real mission, the danger and crisis faced could be life and death at any time. At that time, it was the most time to bring out all of your strength. Perhaps it was because Qin Wushuang's luck had always been good. Therefore, his luck this time was not bad. He actually drew one of the only 4 teams that did not have a Heavenly Supreme Tao stage member, although this team had a great background, and even came from the giant force, Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace. It was the second team of Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace. The main team of Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace was a seeded team that would definitely qualify. Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace came from the southern part of the Celestial Phenomenon continent. Like the 10,000 Eagle Palace, they were one of the 4 giant forces. In the Celestial Phenomenon continent, they only answered to the main shrine. For such a giant sect to send out 2 teams, it was not surprising at all. If they had drawn the first team of Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace, Qin Wushuang's team would definitely be in a terrible fix. Even if Qin Wushuang was confident, the other members would definitely feel very defeated. In the eyes of itinerant cultivators, Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace was ultimately a giant-level existence. They were born with a sense of reverence in their hearts. With this sense of reverence, it was even more difficult to defeat the opponent. If they were afraid of the slightest thing before even making a move, it was obvious that they could not unleash 100% of their strength. However, this was only the second team of Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace. The moment Tai Hong returned to his residence, he laughed happily. Ever since the draw came out, his heart had been blooming like a lotus flower, and he was extremely happy. It was just that he could not express it in front of his face. Now that he had returned to his residence, his elation finally showed on his face. He laughed and said, "Captain, looks like our luck is not bad. The heavens have destined us to get a spot." Ha ha. Tai Hong was in a great mood. He patted Lu Xiong's shoulder and said, "Little Lu, let's go and have a drink." Among the 7 people, Tai Hong and Lu Xiong were the kind of forthright people. Their personalities were similar, so they seemed to hit it off very well. Lu Xiong rubbed his palms and said with a smile, "Let's go together. Such a good draw, it's not right not to celebrate. This is practically a guaranteed spot." Jiu Feng did not speak, playing with his bow in the corner. This was his favorite hobby as an assassin. Lu Tong's personality was steady. He did not speak either, but looked at Qin Wushuang. Little Jiang saw that Qin Wushuang did not speak and could not help but ask, "Captain, everyone suggests going for a drink." Black Wingbat suddenly grinned and said, "Do you think the captain's brain is as simple as yours?" Blind optimism. Black Wing, what do you mean? Although Tai Hong and Black Wing were now comrades in the trenches, the grudges that had been entangled for hundreds of years still made them occasionally have small conflicts in their words. Fortunately, Black Wing was very clear about his position and did not argue with Tai Hong. He laughed strangely and said, "Vice Captain Tai, now that you're a vice captain, don't you like to use your brain?" Little Jiang suddenly said, "Captain, do you have any misgivings?" Qin Wushuang sighed and said, "I'd rather that we drew other teams with heavenly god powerhouses. This Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace team is not easy to deal with. For a mere second team, Captain, there's no need to overestimate them, right?" Lu Xiong scratched his head and said hesitantly, "Everyone, a major force like Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace actually sent out a second team. They must have their plans. In terms of strength, suppressing this second team is definitely no problem. But whether or not Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace will let us enter the stage smoothly, this is unknown." Qin Wushuang's tone appeared to be wary and unfathomable, with deep meaning. "Captain, you mean?" Although Tai Hong's personality was straightforward, he was not blindly straightforward and did not know how to beat around the bush. On the contrary, the innate sensitivity of an itinerant cultivator allowed Tai Hong to grasp some things at once. Black Wing said with a cold smile, "The leader of Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace's team this time is said to be the #1 powerhouse of the young generation, R.I. Dongshan. This R.I. Dongshan has a strong personality and has always been domineering. His sect concept is extremely important and he is the most protective. Us drawing Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace really isn't a good draw." Little Jiang's face darkened and said stutteringly, "Daoist brother Black Wing's evaluation of R.I. Dongshan makes a lot of sense. Captain, how about we change places before the battle starts? Lest that guy directly comes looking for us, we can't avoid it. Let's change places." Out of sight, out of mind. Little Jiang, you've been smart all your life, but you're stupid this time. That day, Ri Dongshan came looking for you and me. Do you think you can avoid him with your little tricks? Blackwing's tone was very sarcastic, but the logic was indeed the same. Everyone's eyes unconsciously locked onto Qin Wushuang's face. At this time, they needed the captain to make a decision. Only at this critical moment did the captain have the right to make the decision. He was the backbone of the team. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 932. Qin Wushuang met everyone's expectant gazes and smiled faintly. Everyone, I only have one question for you. Do you fear the great illusory Sun Divine Palace from the depths of your hearts? This was a very special question. Qin Wushuang didn't allow anyone to escape, and asked directly, Vice Captain Tai Hong, you answer first. Tai Hong was taken aback, and smiled bitterly. He didn't pretend anything. To be honest, the other factions of the celestial phenomenon continent are one thing, but the four major factions are second only to the main shrine. It's impossible to say that I don't fear them at all. Seeing Tai Hong being so honest, the others took the opportunity to nod and agree. Qin Wushuang wasn't angry. He nodded. All right, I can tell you that I don't feel anything towards these major factions. But I can understand your fear of the great illusory Sun Divine Palace. Now, I'll ask you one last question. Captain, ask away. Millimeter, I want to know if your pursuit of your destiny, your urgency for this mission, can overcome this fear of the major factions. If you can't, we'll give up immediately and disband the team. I won't force anyone. If you think you can overcome this fear, then you must listen to my orders and accept all challenges. I only want to say 5 words: wealth comes from danger. What a great wealth comes from danger. Wandering cultivators like them weren't born to be rich. If they wanted to be rich, they had to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Everyone's eyes flashed with a complicated light. Clearly, they were making an extremely difficult choice in their hearts. These complicated gazes focused on Qin Wushuang's face. They saw Qin Wushuang's calm face, and within that calmness, there was a calmness that moved their hearts. Suddenly, everyone's emotions were stirred by Qin Wushuang's calmness. The adventurous nature of wandering cultivators in their bones gradually boiled over. Captain, what a great wealth comes from danger. We're not afraid of the great illusory Sun Divine Palace. This is the main shrine's territory. It's not the great illusory Sun Divine Palace's turn to abuse their power. Lu Xiong was the first to shout. Captain, I've decided to follow you. When the others saw Lu Xiong shouting, the fierce spirit in their bones also flared up. Tai Hong said, if I die, I'll die with my eggs facing the sky. If I don't, I'll live for thousands of years. Captain, you're right. If you want to be rich, how can you succeed without taking some risks? Captain, you have the final say. Lu Tong also spoke up. Ji Yufeng was still wiping his bow. He muttered, I have no objections. Little Jiang chuckled and said, all of you are stronger than me. You may not be afraid, but I, Little Jiang, am not afraid of wearing shoes. Besides, I'm very confident in our captain. The black-winged bat mumbled, why are you looking at me? I only have one principle, I'll do whatever the captain says. Everyone burst into laughter. At this moment, Qin Wushuang's smile suddenly froze. His ears twitched slightly, and he cast a meaningful glance in the direction outside the window. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said in a deep voice, this person really can't be missed. He came just like that. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, everyone's expression became serious. He came. Captain, who came? Qin Wushuang smiled faintly. Everyone, calm down. Stay here. I'll go out and greet him. Seeing Qin Wushuang's calm expression, everyone's reverence for the great illusory Sun Divine Palace also eased a little. With such a steady and calm captain, they felt that they had a backbone. Vice Captain, is it that person who came? Everyone knew that the person referred to was Sun Dongshan of the great illusory Sun Divine Palace. Only Tai Hong, the vice-captain, had broken through the barrier of the true Supreme Tao stage and could sense some of the aura of a heavenly god expert. Tai Hong's expression froze slightly. He showed a thoughtful expression, then nodded. Everyone, don't talk nonsense. Everything will be clear when the captain comes back. Qin Wushuang came out of the door and stood with his arms crossed. He saw that the street in front of him was like a ball of fire that was constantly approaching. That Sun Dongshan's aura was like a surging red sun that was constantly rising from the street. That ball of flame-like aura rolled over wave after wave, causing the surrounding air to be filled with heat waves. Qin Wushuang's body emitted rays of green light. His entire person was like an old tree that had been entrenched here for thousands of years, standing tall and straight. Wu Xinghe. Sun Dongshan's thick fire-colored eyebrows slightly raised. They were like two long swords hanging high in the sky, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. Qin Wushuang smiled casually, like a gentle breeze caressing his face, and casually nodded. Very good, I was just about to look for you. Sun Dongshan appeared to be very direct as he spoke. His gaze sized up Qin Wushuang a few times, filled with the sense of a superior looking down at a subordinate. I know you're looking for me. Qin Wushuang smiled somewhat playfully. Oh. Sun Dongshan could not help but look at Qin Wushuang a few more times. Then you know why I'm here. I know. Qin Wushuang did not answer much. Talking to smart people is indeed delightful. Sun Dongshan faintly smiled, and said in a negotiating tone, All right, tell me, what conditions do you need before you're willing to withdraw? Open your mouth. My great illusory Sun Divine Palace will not take advantage of you for nothing. In Sun Dongshan's view, it was already a great gift for him to personally come and see these rogue cultivators. Compared to the great illusory Sun Divine Palace, a mere rogue cultivator team with small arms and legs was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Who would have thought that after he said these words, Qin Wushuang leisurely shook his head. Sir, I think you've misunderstood. I know you'll come, but that doesn't mean we'll withdraw. Sun Dongshan's two eyebrows suddenly raised. The murderous aura between his eyebrows suddenly condensed like a ball of fire. Rogue cultivator friend, are you sure you won't withdraw? Qin Wushuang faintly smiled, his gaze not backing down. He stared at Sun Dongshan and asked coldly, Sir, do we have a reason to withdraw? Of course. Sun Dongshan coldly snorted. Just the fact that I'm standing here and answering you is the biggest reason. Rogue cultivator friend, let me remind you that withdrawing is your wisest choice. If you withdraw, you'll receive a handsome reward. Otherwise, you'll be making an enemy of my great illusory Sun Divine Palace. This kind of threat could be said to be very blatant, and not just a little arrogant. However, Sun Dongshan was able to express such arrogant words in a very cold tone. In that case, the great illusory Sun Divine Palace seems to have more power than the main palace. Qin Wushuang half smiled, but the hint of mockery in his tone was not deliberately concealed. The great illusory Sun Divine Palace may be powerful, but you can't bully others like this. If the main palace is high and mighty, does the great illusory Sun Divine Palace want to use its usual domineering style to destroy the fair competition? Sun Dongshan's expression turned cold, showing extreme displeasure. Sir, I can see that you refuse a toast and intend to drink a forfeit. Very well, then you can go to the final stage. Whether that spot is a blessing or a curse for you will be tested one day. Sun Dongshan was a straightforward person. He clearly knew that in the main palace's territory, it was not his place to cause trouble. Leaving behind a cold sentence and leaving was a wise choice. When they saw Qin Wushuang had sent Ri Dongshan away, everyone felt slightly relieved inwardly. No matter what, Sun Dongshan, the evil god, had left. Captain, Sun Dongshan is narrow-minded. I think he'll take the opportunity to take revenge on us. Little Jiang said worriedly. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Don't think too much, everyone. Sun Dongshan is indeed powerful. In terms of cultivation, he's even 2 levels higher than me. However, this is not a reason for us to be afraid of him. Hearing the captain say this, everyone was surprised. 2 levels higher than the captain? Could it be that Sun Dongshan was already a third tribulation heavenly supreme Tao expert that day? The black-winged bat muttered and cursed, "These giant forces have occupied the best territory and the best resources. This is all obtained by squeezing the living space of us lone cultivators." Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "Everyone, go back and rest. Prepare well for the battle. Just do your best. A team of 7 against 4. As long as we perform at our normal level, there will be no problem for us to advance." Putting aside the external factors, this lot was indeed a good one. In the final battle of 7 against 4, Qin Wushuang didn't even need to fight. After 6 rounds, they finished the battle with 4 wins and 2 losses. One could imagine how ugly the faces of the great illusory Sun Divine Palace were. Especially that day, Sun Dongshan's gaze was like a bone-scraping steel knife, scanning Qin Wushuang and the others back and forth like a hunter sizing up his prey. Those who knew how powerful Sun Dongshan was were all sighing secretly. This lone cultivator team really didn't know what was good for them. They went against Sun Dongshan's will. Even if they made it to the final list, they would suffer when the mission started. Someone like Sun Dongshan who wouldn't take a loss overnight would definitely make a move. Even Xiaojiang's distant cousin, the deacon who cultivated in the main shrine, secretly told Xiaojiang, "It seems that your team has angered Sun Dongshan this time. In the main shrine's territory, the great illusory Sun Divine Palace won't dare to mess around, but this mission is across plains. You must be careful when you leave the celestial phenomenon continent. Don't give Sun Dongshan a chance to make trouble for you." Xiaojiang smiled bitterly. "Brother, we know that Sun Dongshan is not to be trifled with. But it's a pity to give up such an opportunity. Moreover, our team leader is a very strong-willed expert. He wasn't scared out of his wits by Sun Dongshan's threat." The deacon sighed. "In my opinion, it's better for you to strategically give up. With Sun Dongshan's temperament, he will definitely deal with you." Xiaojiang sighed. "Brother, we've prepared for so long. We can't accept giving up at the last step." The deacon smiled bitterly, but didn't say anything else. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 933. Of the 20 finalists, although 4 or 5 spots were originally reserved for the itinerant cultivator teams, the overall strength of the itinerant cultivator world was ultimately still incomparable to that of the sects. In the end, only 3 teams from the itinerant cultivator world made it into the list of 20 finalists. In front of the majestic main god palace, they received the main god's token that symbolized honor. Receiving the main god's token meant that they had accepted this mission. Until the mission was completed, they could not back out no matter what. The ceremony was not complicated, and all the procedures for conferring the qualifications were simple. All the team leaders were gathered together. What awaited them was a very solemn segment. Meeting the main god. The main god. When they thought that the person they were about to meet was the main god, the ultimate king of the celestial phenomenon continent, they felt a strange excitement in their hearts. Even for Qin Wushuang, he had never seen an elite warrior at the master god level. He wanted to know just how strong this main god level powerhouse was. In the solemn main god palace, it was as if every pillar and every tile was filled with a kind of charm, a charm that they had never experienced before. Qin Wushuang stepped onto these sacred jade steps, and a feeling of reverence arose in his heart toward the main god. Although the main god had not shown himself yet, this aura and this atmosphere had already shaped this main god into a completely different person. Every detail showed that the main god was completely different from ordinary powerhouses. "Overlord, these 20 experts are the captains of the selection team this time," one of the elders who led them in said politely. From inside the door, a dignified voice sounded, "Come in." This voice was neither salty nor mild, but it was like a powerful pressure that could crush one's soul at any time, causing their hearts to beat faster uncontrollably. What a powerful main god's aura. Qin Wushuang secretly clicked his tongue. As expected of a main god. The pressure created by one sentence seemed to be able to crush one's soul. This was indeed the first time Qin Wushuang had experienced such a powerful existence. It seemed that this Lord Main God was indeed giving them a show of strength. On the throne, there seemed to be a corporeal body sitting cross-legged in the middle of a 10-jong-tall fog, but it also seemed to be just a mass of air. However, no matter how stupid one would know that the high and mighty divine Tao aura belonged to their Lord over God. He was also the king of the celestial phenomenon continent. Hihi, welcome, my lovely warriors. The Lord God's voice was like a preset program. It was always the same tone. However, it was this kind of indifferent tone that made all 20 people, without exception, feel as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their heads. The pressure was extremely strong. If the Overgod sent out a strand of his spirit to attack them, even if it didn't directly disperse their spirits, it would be enough to seriously injure all of them. Chief God. This is the power of a chief God. The 20 captains were all valiant and powerful people. When they saw how powerful the Overgod was, they naturally began to fantasize about it. They began to yearn for the ultimate path of martial arts, as well as the urge to stand shoulder to shoulder with experts. Very good, very orderly. They are all heavenly supreme Tao experts, and there are even a few who are so young. I am very pleased. Haha, this is the symbol of the prosperity of our celestial phenomenon continent. Left emissary, tell them about this mission. The Overgod instructed indifferently. A heavenly supreme Tao expert on the left of the Overgod was at least at the 6th tribulation heavenly supreme Tao stage. He was a silver-haired and silver-browed elder. His eagle-like eyes swept across the crowd, and he slowly said, "Everyone, the main shrine has summoned you here this time because there is a great mission that requires your help. In a region north of our celestial phenomenon continent, a new small plane without any heavenly supreme Tao experts has been discovered. This plane has an extremely rich Deluo crystal mine. This is good news. However, there is also bad news at the same time. This plane has already been taken by someone else. And the first force to take it is our old rival, the Fengyun continent." Hearing about the Fengyun continent, these people's expressions immediately became complicated. Qin Wushuang's brows also slightly furrowed. Could there be such a coincidence in the Fengyun continent? The Fengyun continent has always been at odds with our celestial phenomenon continent. If they are allowed to excavate this Deluo crystal mine, the strength of their plane will definitely skyrocket. This is extremely disadvantageous to our celestial phenomenon continent. Therefore, we are actually going to divide the benefits of the Fengyun continent this time. Even if we can't stop the Fengyun continent from occupying the mine, we must divide the benefits and not let them reap all the benefits. At this point, the silver-haired left emissary paused for a moment before continuing. The reason we are sending you over is so that you can develop the mine there and seize more benefits. The main shrine's attitude is very clear. 20% of the Deluo crystal mine will be distributed to you. Take note, this distribution is not uniform and equal. Instead, it is based on the contribution of your respective teams and how much value they have already created. If your team creates a lot of value, no matter how much, 20% will belong to you. On the other hand, if any of your teams are mediocre and do not reap any rewards, then correspondingly, your rewards will be lesser. This kind of distribution was clearly to promote the enthusiasm of all the teams. If there was a uniform distribution, it would inevitably affect their enthusiasm. Of course, this method of reward does not mean that you do not need to work together. On the contrary, if you do not work together, you may not even have a chance to survive there. The Fengyun continent has already developed that plane 10 years ago. Their forces there are even more stable. Therefore, your mission this time is very important. If you do not do it well, you may lose your life in a foreign land. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. I believe that since you have all signed up and competed all the way here, you should have been aware of this long ago. One of the captains said, "Lord Left Emissary, how should we go? Should we take the Master God's flying ship or use the teleportation formation?" The Left Emissary smiled. This is a good question. The teleportation formation is something that our celestial phenomenon continent does not have. Well, we can't say that we don't have one. We can only say that there is no bridge for the time being. Or perhaps there is one in history, but it has not been excavated. The Master God originally wanted to open up a teleportation passage. Firstly, it would consume too much divine power. Secondly, it would be too easy to alert the enemy. Therefore, he chose to take the Master God's flying ship and use various mystiques to enter that plane. Master God's flying ship. Qin Wushuang's mind flashed with inspiration. This Master God's flying ship could actually pass through planes and ignore the distance between galaxies. Haha, everyone, you will need some patience to take the Master God's flying ship. Because to reach that plane, even a flying ship as strong as the Master God's will need at least 3 months. The journey is simply too long. The only good thing is that although the cultivators on that plane are not strong, they have a large territory. As long as our flying ship does not land in a conspicuous place, we do not need to worry about being discovered. The Master God's flying ship is resistant to divine sense. Even with powerful divine sense monitoring, it will be difficult to detect traces of the Master God's flying ship. To the Master God, controlling the Master God's flying ship was far easier than opening up the teleportation passage. The only drawback was that, as the left emissary said, it would take more time. Alright, now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will answer them. If I cannot answer them, the Master God will answer them himself. Remember, if you have any questions now, it is best to ask them. Once you leave here, even if you have a head full of questions, you can only ponder them yourself. R.I. Dongshan smiled. Left emissary, I would like to ask, how strong are the people stationed in that plane from the Weathering Continent? The Weathering Continent has already begun to invade that plane 10 years ago. Now, their forces are deeply rooted. Therefore, their experts might be 4th or 5th Tribulation Heavenly Supreme Tao experts. Of course, this is just a guess. Everything has to be seen with your own eyes. However, your 20 teams are all elites among elites. Once you reach there, you will have a bright future. Remember, although the Weathering Continent is the first to arrive, they do not dare to fall out with our celestial phenomenon continent. For this kind of matter, everyone has a tacit understanding that the right way to make a fortune is to make a fortune quietly. If there is friction, it will evolve into a plain war. Our celestial phenomenon continent has never been afraid of the Weathering Continent. Therefore, the Weathering Continent is absolutely unwilling to start a large-scale war with us. Right now, they just want to peacefully mine those Deluo crystals. Another team leader asked, Left emissary, how will the Deluo crystals that we mine be sent back, how will they be accepted, and how will they be rewarded? You have to explain this clearly. The silver-haired left emissary nodded. Millimeter, this is a good question. All of your squads will be bestowed with a sovereign ring by the sovereign. This Master God ring has a very large capacity, enough to hold 10 years of mining. Therefore, once every 10 years, we will send an emissary to collect the Deluo crystals. All the rewards will be given on the spot. Of course, to prevent you from stuffing your own pockets, all your interspatial items will be temporarily sealed. Only after you come out can the seal be undone. Qin Wushuang's expression changed slightly. This was a bit out of his expectations. Interspatial items were very important to him. His weapons, equipment, and other good things were all hidden in his interspatial items. If his interspatial items were sealed, it would be extremely inconvenient. Left emissary, this is very troublesome. Can you make an exception? Qin Wushuang said. If you don't have your own interspatial items, I'm afraid it will be very inconvenient. That's easy to handle. As long as you are willing to let the experts of the Prime Temple inspect your interspatial items as soon as you come out, it will be fine. This rule is just to prevent you from keeping things for yourself. It's not to make things difficult for you on purpose. Although Qin Wushuang disagreed in his heart, he didn't say anything else. Just wait and see. He couldn't let others lead him by the nose every step of the way. He had many good things in his interspatial items. Let alone a Master God, even an Empyrean powerhouse would be extremely tempted upon seeing them. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support legal reading. Chapter 934. These 20 captains were all well-known figures. The questions they asked all hit the nail on the head. After some discussion, the chief god ring was bestowed, the mission card was issued, and both parties signed the entrustment agreement. Without a doubt, the powerful main shrine was the absolute dominant party in this agreement. They had all sorts of restrictions to target these adventurers. But when it came to rewards, they were careful at every step and were not willing to have the slightest loophole. The most ridiculous one was that life and death were up to fate, and the main shrine was not responsible for anything. Of course, the stricter this agreement was, it represented that the main shrine was still very sincere about implementing this agreement. To Qin Wushuang, this adventure was not as simple as just seizing the crystals. The competition with the Fengyun continent was what Qin Wushuang was most interested in. This Fengyun continent, Qin Wushuang was worried about not finding an opportunity to understand and come into contact with it. Now that he encountered such an excellent opportunity, Qin Wushuang naturally would not let it go. Leaving the main shrine, that day Dongshan raised his eyebrows and looked over at Qin Wushuang from time to time, full of a mocking smile. Qin Wushuang secretly laughed in his heart. Dongshan was so rampant this day, he probably had not suffered before. This kind of character was born into a good family. If he did not have such a good family background, even if his talent was high, he would probably end up dying on the streets. No matter how Dongshan winked that day, Qin Wushuang acted as if he did not see it and turned a blind eye. This made Dongshan gnash his teeth even more, hating until the roots of his teeth itched. A chief god flying ship could accommodate more than 1,000 people. Therefore, their 20 squads still felt a little empty when they entered the chief god flying ship. Entering such a magical flying tool for the first time, everyone felt a very novel feeling. This was the power of a chief god. Such a high-strength flying tool that was enough to deal with the friction of the spatial airflow between the starfield planes, ordinary heavenly supreme Tao powerhouses could not create it at all. Moreover, it was impossible to have such powerful divine power to break through the layers of galaxy barriers between the planes. Even a flying vessel as powerful as a sovereign's would have to be treading on thin ice when traveling between the starfield planes. It wasn't the sort of free, unfettered flight. Overgods could roam freely in the galaxy dimension. Basically, as long as they did not encounter the most powerful galaxy storm or dimension collision, overgods would not encounter any danger. Natural dangers that could threaten the lives of sovereigns were almost negligible. However, the sovereign's flying vessel wasn't the sovereign themselves. Its strength was still incomparable to the defensive power of a sovereign. If it weren't for the guidance of the sovereign's soul, the sovereign vessel probably wouldn't have been able to pass through the many barriers of the stellar sea and reach its destination. 3 to 4 months of flying in the boundless Milky Way made the days seem very monotonous. Qin Wushuang was unwilling to let go of any time to cultivate. In a public place like the Master God's flying vessel, he couldn't practice any secret techniques, but it was a good place to temper his soul. Once he entered a state of cultivation, 3 to 4 months would pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sovereign's emissary in control of the flying vessel laughed and called out, "Everyone, make your preparations. Activate the invisibility talismans that the sovereign has given you. They can conceal your divine Tao aura. Smoothly land on the Black Magpie planet. The Black Magpie planet is your destination." By now, they were only a few million kilometers away from the Black Magpie planet. They had already entered a safe zone where they could fly. 20 squads, 140 experts, all left the sovereign's flying vessel and flew towards the Black Magpie planet. On this day, these guests from the celestial phenomenon continent finally landed on the Black Magpie planet. As he looked at this completely defenseless plane, Qin Wushuang more or less felt a sense of empathy for each other. What happened to the Black Magpie planet today could very well be the future of the profound sky continent. After being invaded by alien races, countless foreign powers would become a nightmare for the native powers. According to the agreement, all the squads would first meet for a meeting, then divide up the work. Every squad had a map of the Black Magpie planet. This meeting, to put it bluntly, was a meeting to form a union. From the very beginning, Qin Wushuang had a strange feeling. The way the squads from the major powers looked at their squads gave them a sense of malice. Your squad will head west and investigate the crystal mines in the northwest region. Also, Wu Xinghe, your squad will head south. You will be responsible for this line. You must find out exactly how many crystal mines there are, and how many bastards from the Windcloud continent are there. The southern line was where the major powers of the Windcloud continent had gathered. Asking Qin Wushuang's squad to investigate the southern area was, without a doubt, an attempt to suppress them and make things difficult for them. After leaving the tent, Tai Hong angrily cursed, Mother F*** Eastmount is truly shameless. He's clearly allying with the other major powers to make things difficult for us. Loose cultivators have no human rights. The black-winged bat sighed indifferently. Shut up. You're not human. Tai Hong angrily rebuked. The black-winged bat chuckled. Although I can't fight to the death with you now, seeing you fly into a rage still makes me secretly happy. The others were used to their bickering along the way and shook their heads with bitter smiles. However, Lu Xiong cried out, Captain, I think we should just start a new business and do it alone. At worst, we won't work with them. Don't tell me that without them, we can't do anything. Captain, little Lu's suggestion is good. Tai Hong also supported. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to consider this problem. We're new here, so let's familiarize ourselves with the environment first. As for other things, we can discuss them later. Qin Wushuang spread out the map. This Black Magpie planet is vast and rich in resources. It's simply inconceivable that there are no heavenly supreme Dao cultivators. This kind of plane rich in mineral resources should have many heavenly supreme Dao powerhouses. That's right. This is really strange. Could it be that this Black Magpie planet has never had any heavenly supreme Dao powerhouses? The way I see it, this place doesn't look like a backwater place that can't even produce heavenly supreme Dao cultivators. Captain, do you think there's something wrong? Xiaojiang asked. Millimeter. There are too many secrets on this Black Magpie planet waiting for us to unearth. Little Jiang, your cultivation base won't stand out too much on the Black Magpie planet. Go investigate first. I'll give you 3 months. Is that enough? Xiaojiang's cultivation wasn't very useful in battle. Therefore, he was more than happy to run errands like this. It was the only way to make his presence felt. Otherwise, he would become a burden and a vassal. I'll give you a mask. You have to wear it. That way, you won't be targeted by Sun East Mountain's accomplices. Humans don't harm tigers, but tigers harm humans. Sun East Mountain is a wolf with wild ambitions. You have to be on your guard. Although Qin Wushuang had always kept a low profile, he was very careful when it came to small details. This small action of his immediately stirred the hearts of all the members. This was a captain who was responsible for his comrades. There was no doubt that having a captain like this was a blessing for the adventure team, especially one who was both intelligent and courageous. Everyone, go rest. Those who need to cultivate, cultivate. Those who need to rest, rest. Qin Wushuang waved his hand and gave the order. Tai Hong was stunned. Captain, don't we need to keep watch? Qin Wushuang smiled. No need. I'll take care of that. With the 9 golem puppet avatars and the 9 palaces returned to one sword formation in the dark, this layer of defense was strong enough. Moreover, Qin Wushuang still had the 3rd Tribulation Heavenly Supreme Dao Golem with him. The 3rd Tribulation Heavenly Supreme Dao Golem was Qin Wushuang's true trump card. It was also because of these trump cards that Qin Wushuang saw Sun East Mountain's provocations as a sign of suicide. After leaving the celestial phenomenon continent, Qin Wushuang felt much more relaxed without the pressure of the main sacred hall. He also had fewer misgivings when he cultivated. In particular, he didn't need to avoid anything when he was forming a blood bond with the supreme Dao weapon. Qin Wushuang had already fused very well with the 3rd Tribulation Heavenly Supreme Dao Long Whip. The black-winged bat and Tai Hong had both seen Qin Wushuang's techniques. They had always thought that Qin Wushuang used a saber because they had seen Qin Wushuang use the yin-yang creation saber with their own eyes. The black-winged bat, in particular, had been at a disadvantage against the yin-yang creation saber. Therefore, he had a deep impression of the yin-yang creation saber. Now that they saw Qin Wushuang actually cultivating a long whip every day, they found it unbelievable. Qin Wushuang did not explain anything. He knew that in their eyes, his divine weapon at the third calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage was too stunning. As a result, it wasn't convenient for Qin Wushuang to form a blood bond with the heavenly venerate divine weapon, the pair of peerless divine swords, in front of them. In the past 2 to 3 months, what surprised all the members was that their captain seemed to be an all-rounder. No matter what weapon they used, their captain would always give them a few pointers. Often, he would give them a few pointers at crucial moments, which actually made them feel enlightened. Even for an assassin like Jiyu Feng, who used sneak attacks as his main method of attack, Qin Wushuang still had a lot of authority to speak. One had to know that Qin Wushuang's use of the graceful spiritual bow had almost reached the level of an archery grandmaster. Naturally, there was no problem in teaching Jiyu Feng a few moves. As for the black-winged bat staff technique, Qin Wushuang also had a lot of insights. He smiled and said, "Black-winged bat, I have a partner who also uses a big staff. If there's a chance, you two can really compare notes." Black-winged bat smiled and said, "How's the captain's friend's strength? If he's as strong as the captain, then it won't be comparing notes. It'll be equivalent to me getting beaten up one-sidedly." Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "His current cultivation might be a little weaker than yours. But his innate talent is special, and he possesses remarkable abilities. Perhaps your strength is about the same." On the other side, Lu Xiong called out, "Captain, come and help me adjust my axe. I feel that my giant axe 100 strikes has enough momentum, but in terms of killing power, I keep feeling that there's some flaw." In the distance, Jiyu Feng asked again, "Captain, in the art of archery, what do you think is more important? Accuracy or strength?" Just when they were full of jubilation, a few mournful howls came from afar. Those sounds were clearly from Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang's voice was startled and anxious. Obviously, he was running over here. Qin Wushuang made a hand gesture to everyone, and they all returned to their positions and got into formation. Qin Wushuang lifted the tip of his foot, and his body already flew over like a big golden bird. He shuttled through the clouds like lightning. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 935. In the distance, on a wide plain, Xiao Jiang was running away at his maximum speed. Looking at his appearance, he was obviously terrified to the extreme. Behind him was a horde of thousands of beasts. The horde of beasts formed a huge black mass. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Their momentum was ferocious, like an earth-shattering tsunami. They swept up thousands of feet of dust, as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. In terms of individual cultivation, these spiritual beasts were not superior to Xiao Jiang. However, when these spiritual beasts were grouped together, their imposing manner, not to mention Xiao Jiang, even a peak of the genuine Supreme Tao stage would have to retreat under such imposing manner. The devouring power of the group was really shocking. Qin Wushuang shook his arms and the purple cloud yin-yang wings on his back suddenly opened. The wings flapped and emitted a dazzling purple light. He lifted his body and swept in front of Xiao Jiang. He shook the long whip in his hand and hung Xiao Jiang's body directly. Xiao Jiang's body was pushed by a purple light and disappeared into the void directly. Qin Wushuang's divine soul was activated. He stared and let out a loud roar, "Tut!" The divine soul transmitted sound, combined with the divine sense of lion roar in his previous life. This roar directly penetrated the heaven and earth. The imposing manner was like thunder, rolling continuously and directly shook the group of beasts. It was like a thunderbolt had exploded in the group of beasts. In this loud roar, a large number of spiritual beasts' divine souls were suddenly shaken. They were in a daze as if they were drunk, swaying and turning upside down all the way. When the leading divine beasts raised their heads and saw Qin Wushuang standing in the sky like a celestial god, all of them revealed a ferocious expression. With a roar, they dashed up like arrows leaving the bow and wanted to risk their lives with Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang gave a cold sneer and pulled back his giant hand. Bursts of giant palm transformed into fierce divine lights like a shield and pressed down. As soon as this supreme Tao pressure pressed down, those divine beasts that kept rushing up fell down as if they had bumped into a giant wall. Roar! Tear him apart! Tear him apart! Abominable human, kill him! The crowd of beasts uttered deep roars as more godly beasts charged forward like a swarm of locusts. Qin Wushuang lightly shouted, "Evil creature, do you really want me to use my ultimate move?" With a single grab, the yin-yang nature saber appeared in his hand. He held the saber horizontally and formed a hand seal. A circular ripple gently rippled on the tip of the saber, as if it was the most beautiful scenery in the world. The ripples rippled gently and gradually formed a circular vortex. In the middle of the vortex, there was a very obvious yin-yang Tai Chi fish shape. As the vortex continued to spin, its surface area also expanded. This yin-yang aurora was the fourth-level profound mystery of the great five-element samsara seal, and it was the upgraded version of the withering glory seal. Once the yin-yang aurora surged, it represented the strongest killing intent in the world. Life on one hand, death on the other. Once caught in this whirlpool, the chances of survival were slim to none. Behind Qin Wushuang, the other members of the Galaxy team had also gathered together. Other than Xiao Jiang, who was still in shock, the others were still calm. Especially the black-winged bat, who squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "These evil creatures are really unlucky, haha." No one knew the power of the yin-yang aurora better than the black-winged bat. Back then, Qin Wushuang did not use his full strength, but he still suppressed the black-winged bat. Even a fierce expert like the black-winged bat had to yield. Now, the captain's aura was obviously stronger than before. Not to mention that there was no one in the crowd who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the black-winged bat. Even if there was, it would be fleeting. Under the omnipresent attack of the aurora, the advantage of being in a group fight was completely useless. "Vice Captain, should we go over and help?" Lu Xiong asked with some apprehension. Seeing the fierce beasts, Lu Xiong's heart also went numb. Tai Hong was calm. He was a heavenly supreme Tao expert and had a better grasp of the situation than Lu Xiong. He laughed and said, "Xiao Lu, you didn't have the chance before, but now you have a taste of the captain's power." Before his voice died away, Qin Wushuang gently shook the yin-yang nature saber, and a soul-stirring sound of the saber suddenly pierced the void. The whirlpool at the edge of the saber was suddenly pushed, and the whirlpool formed by the yin-yang aurora immediately spun in all directions, shooting out one after another. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, countless rounds, it was constantly rippling in the air. The murderous power of the yin-yang aurora stuck those divine beasts that rushed up. It was as if there was a huge spider web hanging in the sky, and these beasts were like moths to a flame, constantly sticking to it. In the aurora whirlpool, the screams of the beasts were incessant. Qin Wushuang's eyes were as calm as the water in a well, staring into the distance. It was as if his mind was not on these beasts, but thinking about something else. The roaring beasts gradually calmed down. The original arrogance was gradually replaced by fear. Seeing the bodies of their companions piled up everywhere, these beasts obviously knew that they had encountered an iron plate that they could not shake at all. They growled in a low voice, and their eyes were faintly exuding a kind of fear. Finally, these beasts, with a loud bang, fled in all directions like the ebbing tide. Qin Wushuang did not chase after them, but stood there with a serious expression, as if thinking about something. "Captain! Captain!" The people behind all rushed over together. It was the first time that they saw Qin Wushuang's great power. Lu Xiong, who was very easy to be admired, had a kind of extreme admiration in his eyes. "Captain, you're really strong. No wonder the vice captain and Black Wing are so convinced by you." "Haha, Lu Xiong, am completely convinced today." Lu Xiong was sincerely convinced. Lu Tong also nodded. "Captain is really strong. In my opinion, he may not be able to defeat our captain that day at East Mountain. I don't know why he was so arrogant." Just when everyone was talking back and forth, suddenly, Qin Wushuang said, "The Eastern Sun Mountain is not the main problem. The problem now is that our whereabouts have been exposed." Lil Jiang appeared extremely ashamed. "I messed up the matter." Qin Wushuang shook his head. It's not your fault. I think someone stabbed us in the back. Oh! Everyone revealed an astonished expression. East Mountain, ha ha, the great illusory Sun Divine Palace played this trick on us. Indeed, they are ruthless. Although Qin Wushuang's tone was calm, the surge of anger that was forcefully suppressed made people feel a surge of powerful evil intentions hidden within. Like a volcano, it could erupt at any time. Is it R.I. Dongshan's doing? Everyone was shocked. Qin Wushuang let out a cold sneer. Who else could it be? How long has it been since Lil Jiang left? With Lil Jiang as the target, they could trigger such a great formation. Lil Jiang was only at the second calamity of the genuine Supreme Dao stage. At such strength, he would not be considered a top-notch elite warrior at the Black Magpie Star. Although the Black Magpie Star could not be compared to those planes with masters, its general strength was similar to the Tian Shen land. Only, there were some hidden heavenly Supreme Dao elite warriors at the Tian Shen land. According to the information, there were no heavenly Supreme Dao elite warriors at the Black Magpie Star. However, no one knew whether this information was accurate or not. Regardless, to explore the entire plane, even a master god could not do it. Qin Wushuang did not speak irresponsibly when he saw through East Mountain. He had concrete evidence. It was because he saw the figure of one of East Mountain's teammates from the observant finger jade plate. This time, the team sent by the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace also had 2 Heavenly Supreme Dao Elite Warriors and 5 others. Among them, 3 were at the peak of the genuine Supreme Dao stage, and the other 2 were slightly weaker. Such team had an extremely high level of equipment. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Everyone, go down and talk. Everyone went to a secluded place and looked at Qin Wushuang, waiting for him to speak. In the battle a moment ago, Qin Wushuang's divine skills had already shown an overwhelming advantage. It allowed him to gain unprecedented support. Instantly, all the team members were convinced. Everyone, this herd of beasts is definitely related to the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace, this is certain. Now that our identities have been exposed, if we continue to go down south, we will certainly attract disaster. Then what should we do? Why don't we just not go down south? Why should we be left with the most dangerous task? Lu Xiong was unconvinced. As freelance martial artists, they were naturally hostile to sects. Now that they were treated unfairly, it made them feel even more displeased. The conflicting emotions in his bones burst out in an instant. Yes, let's not go down south. I don't believe that there is no area for us to move around on the vast Black Magpie Star. Heiyi only sneered. It's easy for you to say. If we don't follow the distribution from the beginning, these bastards will speak ill of us in front of the Master Godly Palace. Do you still want to go back to Tianxiang? Heiyi's words were like a basin of cold water that drenched them from head to toe. It cleared their minds a little. Captain, are we just going to let them do as they please? Are we just going to let them bully us like this? Lu Xiong was so depressed that he slammed a fist into the ground. Qin Wushuang's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course not. Are we going to be fish on the chopping block? They're only allowed to plot against us in the future, but I'm not allowed to do anything behind their backs. Oh! Everyone's interest was piqued. Captain, what's your plan? Qin Wushuang smiled. The beasts suffered in this battle. The faction behind them will definitely be alerted. We can take advantage of this opportunity to draw trouble to them. Don't they like to cause trouble for us in the future? Let's give them some trouble in return. Everyone, look, this is the area they've scouted. I'll follow this route and draw the second wave of beasts to them. How do you think the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace will feel? Everyone's eyes lit up with joy when they saw the route Qin Wushuang pointed out. If they followed this route, they wouldn't have to worry about collisions along the way. Moreover, they would attract a lot of attention as they continued south. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 936. Qin Wushuang solemnly said, "Everyone, Since the wind and cloud continent has taken the southern region first, it proves that the southern region should be the most abundant with Deluo crystals. Otherwise, after 10 years of operation, it was impossible for them to keep their focus in the south, and there was no reason for them to do so. Therefore, we must infiltrate the southern region. We must try to excavate the Deluo crystals that have yet to be excavated by the wind and cloud continent. This time, we'll split up. Look at the map, there's a super large city in the southern region called South Peace City. You'll split up and go to South Peace City. I'll meet up with everyone in a month. Don't clash with anyone on the way and keep a low profile. We'll talk when we reach South Peace City. Qin Wushuang naturally had his reasons for doing so. The others nodded in agreement. Good, there's no time to lose. We must avoid the beast tide along the way. According to my speculations, this beast tide must be from the giant beast race, the largest sect in the southern region of the Black Magpie Star. Right now, I can't decide whether this beast tide comes from the will of the Black Magpie Star or the will of the Wind and Cloud Continent. Qin Wushuang continued to speak. Regardless of the intent, it would be unwise to fight against the Beast Clan, especially in their territory. Tai Hong said, Captain, don't worry. You said to avoid the giant beast race, so we'll definitely avoid them. Besides, we didn't come here to cause trouble. Captain, you must take care. We're still waiting for you to lead us to show off our might. Qin Wushuang smiled leisurely. Don't worry, I'm just bringing some excitement to the great illusory Sun Divine Palace. I'm not interested in tangling with them. After the arrangements were made, they split up. Qin Wushuang waited at the same place for 3 days before he took out the observant finger jade plate. After looking at it for a moment, a trace of smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. It's about time. He activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and disappeared into the clouds in a streak of purple light. A day later, in the Giant Spirit Mountain Range, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts of all sizes in the giant beast race's territory. These spirit beasts had gathered from all over the Crow Magpie Star. At this moment, these spirit beasts seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they roared in low voices. This kind of low roar filled the entire mountain range, like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves from hell. If it was someone with a weaker will, they would have been scared out of their wits on the spot. The giant spiritual mountain range was the headquarters of the giant beast clan. It was also the largest faction in the southern part of planet Black Magpie. It was second to none on the entire planet. In a huge cave within the giant spirit mountain range, the 9 beast kings of the giant beast clan were all gathered together. Among the 9 beast kings, the Lion King was the leader. Lion King, we can't go on like this. Our Black Magpie Star doesn't have a heavenly god, so it's only a matter of time before those bastards rob us clean. If the crystal stone mine was completely exploited, would those bastards be so easy to talk to? At that time, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to escape the fate of being a slave. The one who spoke was a wolf king clad in green armor. The giant beast clan was different from the beast clans of the Tien Shen land. They did not deliberately pursue the appearance of humans. Therefore, from the outside, they looked more like beast men. Another eagle king with a hooked nose also said with a cold sneer, Fourth's words make sense. If we are willing to be slaves and let them do whatever they want, we will do as they wish. Or else, they will really make a move. Regarding the giant beast clan, they were not the kind of masters that would allow others to take advantage of them. Indeed, those people from the Fengyun land were too valiant. The power of the heavenly supreme Tao elite warriors allowed them to truly understand what it meant by there would always be someone better than you. Initially, the 9 beast kings were existences that could run amok on the Black Magpie Star. However, before the clans from the Fengyun land, they were like rookies that could not resist at all. If the heavenly supreme Tao elite warriors from the Fengyun land didn't need to use the giant beast clan's connections and rallying power in the south, most likely more than half of the 9 beast kings would have died. Despite knowing that the heavenly supreme Tao elite warriors from the Fengyun land were using them, for survival, they had to feign civility and swallow their anger. That Lion King revealed a profound expression and carried the temperament of a king. Everyone, this time, those heavenly supreme Dao elite warriors from the Fengyun land want us to gather millions of beasts. Certainly, they want us to charge and break through the enemy lines. According to my conjecture, there must be something going on. That Wolf King from before said with a cold sneer, the Fengyun land is despicable, they must want us to be the vanguard. Your Majesty Lion King, could it be another invasion from foreign tribes? A few days ago, didn't someone observe a change in the stars and a strange phenomenon in a large nebula? Could it be related to this? Everyone could not help but nod their heads. Currently, the black magpie star was full of lice and no longer itched. They could already discuss the invasion of foreign tribes calmly. A nine-tailed fox who had been silent all this time said with a sinister smile, I rather hope this is true. If a few more batches come, it's good to fight Ghost. Anyways, they won't let the black magpie star rest, it's best if everyone goes crazy together. Needless to say, there were quite a few people who had similar thoughts. The huge bear king kept waving his two fat paws. That's right, ghosts fight ghosts. It's best if we kill all of them, then we'll be free. Eagle King sighed. Free. It's not that easy to be free. Our black magpie star has already been exposed to the foreign tribes. I believe that more and more experts will come in the future. Our black magpie star must have a way to save itself. Otherwise, it will become someone else's lunch sooner or later. It could be seen that this Eagle King was relatively calm. In the corner, a soft and cold voice suddenly said, Your Majesty Lion King, in my opinion, at this point, the black magpie star is no longer under our control. Why don't we take a gamble and open the Myriad Gods Cave? When the three words Myriad Gods Cave were said, everyone's expression changed. Their expressions became unnatural. The Lion King's gaze turned piercingly cold. He stared at the feminine Snake King in the corner and snorted coldly. Snake King, do you want the black magpie star to fall into eternal damnation? Your Majesty Lion King, how far do you think the black magpie star is from eternal damnation? 100 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. With our current aptitude, even if we can all break through to the heavenly supreme Tao stage in 1,000 years, so what? Other people have dozens of heavenly supreme Tao stage experts. The strongest among them is a 4th or 5th tribulation heavenly supreme Tao stage expert. Apart from the Myriad Gods Cave, I can't think of any other hope for us. The Snake King was an exception among the 9 Beast Kings. Once he spoke, he was unafraid of anything. The Wolf King couldn't help but chime in. That's right, Lion King. I think the Great Snake King's suggestion is good. Although the Myriad Gods Cave is a primordial curse, it's only a legend. Will it really become a disaster for the Black Magpie Star? Besides, even if it's chaotic, can it be worse than now? I'd rather die than become a slave. Your Majesty Lion King, I think the Snake King and Wolf King have a point. The Snow Marten King also chimed in. The Lion King's lips moved slightly. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Let me think about it. Remember, outside of the 9 of us, don't leak this information. Once those bandits from the Fengyun continent know the secret of the Myriad Gods Cave, the situation will be even more out of our control. Yes, Lion King. Make a decision soon. The other 8 Beast Kings, despite their suggestions, still had a lot of faith in the Lion King. He had absolute authority. Just as the Lion King was about to announce the disbandment, the group of beasts in the outer valley suddenly became restless, letting out roars that filled the mountains and plains. Before the Lion King and the others could react, a gust of wind swept outside the 9 Beast Hall. The 9 Beast Kings of the giant beast clan, hey, this one greets you. Qin Wushuang put away the purple cloud yin-yang wings and strode in without any courtesy. The 9 Beast Hall was a very hidden place. If Qin Wushuang wasn't proficient in the beast language, he wouldn't have known the location of this place. Therefore, Qin Wushuang easily barged into the sacred land of the giant beast clan, which even the experts of the Fengyun continent rarely entered. However, this caused the expressions of the 9 Beast Kings to change. They involuntarily moved closer to each other, forming a fan-shaped formation. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and waved his hand. Friends, please don't be hasty. Who are you? The Wolf King shouted. Hehe, if I say that I have no ill intentions, would you believe me? Qin Wushuang smiled indifferently. Under this kind of formation, he appeared very calm. You are an expert of the Fengyun continent. Although these beast kings tried their best to conceal their hostility, they could still sense the faint hostility in their eyes. Everyone, I don't mean to be an alarmist. I only want to say that the future of the Black Magpie Star is worrying. According to my understanding of the Fengyun continent, it is a greedy race. What they covet now is your crystal stone mine. In the future, they will definitely turn the Black Magpie Star into a slave plane. Although it sounded a little alarmist, Qin Wushuang's words hit the nail on the head. The future of the Black Magpie Star was mercilessly placed in front of them. Who are you? The Lion King asked calmly. Qin Wushuang smiled. I am a wandering cultivator in the vast universe. If you want to know where I came from, I can tell you that I am here on behalf of the Celestial Phenomenon Continent. The Celestial Phenomenon Continent is an existence that does not lose to the Fengyun continent. Our Black Magpie Star is indeed a piece of fat meat. We have attracted so many people's attention. The Eagle King said coldly. Haha, I can understand everyone's hostility. However, I don't mind being a little more explicit. Although I am here on behalf of the Celestial Phenomenon Continent, I am indeed here for the crystal stones. However, I absolutely do not have the ambition to enslave the Black Magpie Star. On the contrary, I feel a sense of solidarity against a common enemy. If you don't mind, I can point you in the right direction. I wonder if you are willing to listen? The 9 Beast Kings were shocked by Qin Wushuang's words. Although their hostility did not weaken, their expressions revealed a hint of curiosity. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 937. Qin Wushuang knew that the Black Magpie Star was similar to the Tian Shen land. Without any elite warriors at the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage, the information was blocked. Regarding the current situation, they felt powerless. As time went on, this powerless feeling would turn into self-abandonment and a negative emotion of muddling along. After all, the power from the foreign planes was too powerful. They were so powerful that they could not resist. Such absolute power would often cause such negative emotions. The entire plane would fall into a pessimistic atmosphere of muddling along. Therefore, at this moment, it would be extremely important for someone to show them the way. Haha, I know you guys have doubts. You must feel that I am being unaccountably solicitous and hiding evil intentions. However, if someone were to come and tell me this, I would also be suspicious. Therefore, I am only telling you guys. As for whether you believe me or not, it's all up to you. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's words, the expression of the 9 Beast Kings became much more relaxed. Although they did not encourage him to speak, they also displayed an expression of just say whatever you want. Everyone, for any plane to not be enslaved by other planes, there is only one path. That is to become stronger, to keep becoming stronger. You will feel that I am speaking nonsense. How strong must you become to not be bullied? This is the key point. I can tell you clearly that unless a Master God appears on the Black Magpie Star, only a Master God is qualified to register their own plane with the Master of the Star Zone and apply to become the Master of the plane. This is the only way to ensure that the Black Magpie Star will not be targeted. Indeed, as soon as he spoke these words, each of the 9 Beast Kings were dumbstruck. Indeed, this was a secret they had never known. In terms of information isolation, the Black Magpie Star was inferior to the Tian Shen land. It was because the Tian Shen land had at least experienced the Age of the Gods and had some traces of immemorial inheritance. Although the Tian Shen land did not know the concept of a Master God and a Master of the Plane, they knew more about the Heavenly Supreme Tao than the Black Magpie Star. Qin Wushuang could see that his words were starting to take effect. Immediately, he struck while the iron was hot. Everyone, it's not that I am looking down on you, but the strongest warrior among you is only one step away from the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. According to my observations, The Black Magpie Star isn't a place where it's impossible to break through to the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. As for why there are no Heavenly Supreme Tao experts, I am not sure either, but one thing is for sure. You are still very far away from becoming sovereigns. If you can't find a way to change all of this, the future of the Black Magpie Star is bound to be the slaves of other powerful planes. There is absolutely no suspense. The 9 Beast Kings all wore solemn expressions. They knew that although the words of the person in front of them were hateful, they were the truth. Honest advice may be unpleasant to the ear, but if everyone is willing to listen to it, it is good medicine. If you don't want to listen to me, just take it that I'm farting. Qin Wushuang laughed and walked to a chair with a swagger. Then, he sat down on it without any hesitation. The Lion King took a step forward and asked in a deep voice, "May I know your honorific title, friend?" Wu Xinghe. Wu Xinghe. Looking at your magical powers, you should be above us 9 great beast kings, right? The Lion King continued to ask. Yes, this one is very lucky to have entered the Heavenly Supreme Tao. But, looking at your age, you don't seem very old, do you? Yes, I haven't cultivated to this day for more than 50 years. It is also a coincidence that I encountered some opportunities, which led to my current achievements. Your Majesty Lion King, do you want to ask me why I am helping you? This was the main point. The Lion King's silence was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. Indeed, I will get straight to the point. First, I am here to ask for crystals, not to be completely loyal to the Celestial Phenomenon Continent. Within the Celestial Phenomenon Continent, there is a group of sects and forces that target us wandering cultivators. So, in the end, I am just a wandering cultivator. I have no ambition to take over the Black Magpie Star. Second, I have a grudge with the Fengyun continent. If I can destroy the Fengyun continent's plans, I will spare no effort to do so. This is the mentality of having a common enemy. Third, haha, if I have to find a more noble reason, it is that I hate invaders who bully the weak. Qin Wushuang's expression was serious, without the slightest hint of hypocrisy. His words were righteous and stern, but they were awe-inspiring, giving people an unquestionable feeling. Even the most suspicious of the 9 great beast kings nodded in silence. Everyone, I don't expect you to believe me immediately, and naturally, I don't want you to reject me immediately. There will be plenty of time in the future. I just want to ask everyone, was the Beast Horde's idea the Giant Beast Clan or the Fengyun Continent's idea? The Lion King was silent for a moment, but still said openly, that was a request from the Fengyun Continent's powerhouses. Haha, the Fengyun Continent, it is indeed their trick. Yes, everyone, to avoid making things difficult for you, I have come today. Please follow behind me and kill me. I will lead you to a place. There is a group of powerhouses from the Celestial Phenomenon Continent there. With the power of 1,000,000 beasts, you will definitely be able to intimidate them. However, the Beast Kings must not show up. Otherwise, it will be bad if someone executes the plan to kill you. Qin Wushuang was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, it would not make things difficult for the Giant Beast Clan on the Fengyun Continent. Secondly, it would create some trouble for the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace. Haha, Beast Kings, if you are afraid that I will lead you into a trap, then pretend that I did not say anything. With that, Qin Wushuang's wings flashed, and he directly turned into a purple light, rushing out of the 9 Beast Grand Hall. He laughed wildly. The 9 Beast Grand Hall is only SOSO. 3 months later, I will take over the territory of the giant spiritual mountain. After saying this, he transmitted his voice again. Beast Kings, this is just a formality, do not take it seriously. You can pretend to be angry. The 9 great Beast Kings looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Seeing Qin Wushuang's method of coming and going without a trace, even the strongest Lion King was dejected. This is a Heavenly Supreme Tao powerhouse. Everyone, you see the gap. The Elephant King lamented, deeply moved. There is definitely a gap, but the key now is not the size of the gap. The key is how trustworthy this person's words are. The Eagle King was very calm. Old Cat, Snow Martin, Big Snake, the 3 of you are the best at observing people. Is this person trustworthy? The Snow Marten King chuckled. This young man has an overwhelming righteous aura. Although he is very shrewd, overall, I feel that he is not lying to us. Snake King, what do you think? The Lion King turned his head and asked. The Snake King's feminine voice sounded again. This person has a very strong aura, and he is very proud. According to my observation, he does not seem like a liar. Old Cat, what about you? The Old Cat was a cat king, and he was dressed in black, as if he was invisible. He said in a cool tone, I can trust him, at least more trustworthy than those two-faced people in the Fengyun continent. The Lion King also nodded. I think that this person's words are not exaggerated. He is a rogue cultivator, and he will definitely not be able to invade our Black Magpie Star. Moreover, he said that he is the master of this plane. This saying is very trustworthy. The Bear King muttered, what I am more curious about is, this guy has only cultivated for half a century, so how can he break through the barrier of the true Supreme Tao stage? Could it be that the other planes are really so powerful? The Eagle King muttered, this is the difference. Master God, Master God. How far are we from that Master God? No matter what, since this person's words are trustworthy, let's do as he says. If this step really develops according to his trajectory, let's go back and try to communicate with him more. Let's see if there are any countermeasures. The Lion King made up his mind. Yes, we can't just sit and wait for death. It is always good to take a gamble. Your Majesty Lion King, do you think this guy has other ambitions? Aside from crystals, is he interested in the rumors of our myriad god cave? The Nine-Tailed Fox King suddenly asked. The Lion King immediately denied, absolutely not. The secret of Myriad God Cave is unique to our Black Magpie Star. The outside forces invaded only 10 years ago. Even the Fengyun continent does not know the secret of Myriad God Cave, so how could these newcomers know? Forget it, Lion King. Let's do as he says. The Lion King nodded, his expression grim as he said in a low voice, pass down my orders. All beast disciples, gather. Activate a top-level beast tide and pursue. A top-level beast tide consisted of millions or even millions of spirit beasts moving together. That kind of formation was not exaggerated at all. It was definitely more ferocious than a tidal wave. Once the beast tide from the giant spirit mountain range was activated, the entire Black Magpie Star went crazy. A beast tide from the south began to sweep towards the east. It swept through everything in its path. Qin Wushuang felt the power of the beast tide and sighed in his heart. Although Black Magpie Star does not have any heavenly supreme Tao powerhouses, its ability to fight in groups is not ordinary. With such a powerful beast tide, even a heavenly supreme Tao powerhouse would be in trouble if they were surrounded. In a valley in the east of Black Magpie Star, the 7 members of the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace had already gathered together. The member who had been sent out to do some work had already returned and was reporting something to Ridong Mountain. Everyone from the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace laughed when they talked about something pleasant. One of them slapped his thigh and laughed maliciously. These brainless wandering cultivators don't know when to stop. They don't know when to stop in front of the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace. Not only do we have to trick them, we have to let them know that the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace is not something they can offend. Ridong Mountain smiled faintly. This is just a small interlude. That Wu Xinghe is very strong. The giant beasts can't kill him. If we want to kill Wu Xinghe, we have to find another opportunity. Right now, it's not convenient for us to make a move. Let's wait for the right opportunity. Hehe, leader, that Wu Xinghe is so cocky. He must have some good equipment on him. When we kill him, those equipment. Don't worry. I have no use for those things of his. Unless it's something really good, you guys can split it. From their tone, it was as if they were not talking about a person, but about dividing a piece of cake. At this moment, Ridong Mountain suddenly stood up, a strange look flashing through his eyes. Within his expression, there was actually a hint of surprise. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 938. Captain, what's wrong? R.I. Dongshan's expression aroused a trace of suspicion from the others. R.I. Dongshan's expression suddenly became incomparably solemn, his tone extremely solemn. Everyone, get ready. Don't act on your own. I'll go out and take a look. R.I. Dongshan didn't discover anything unusual, but his instinct as an expert allowed him to vaguely grasp a bit of an ominous feeling. The intuition of an expert was a mysterious and profound thing, but many times, it was more reliable than seeing with one's own eyes. Faintly perceiving the mysteries of the heavens, a glimpse of the mysteries of the heavens, could often decide life and death. Just as R.I. Dongshan walked out of the tent, a panicked voice came from afar. Ahead, are you a friend from the great illusory Sun Divine Palace? R.I. Dongshan's heart trembled. Why is it him? This voice was none other than the Wu Xinghe they had been gloating over just now. Just a moment ago, they had been discussing killing him and dividing his things. Who would have thought that he would deliver himself to their doorstep so carelessly? But R.I. Dongshan wasn't so optimistic. He had a feeling that there was something strange about this matter. Logically speaking, this Qin Wushuang shouldn't have come here at all. He went forward and asked coldly, Wu Xinghe, your group was sent to the south. Why did you leave your post and come here? Now, they were all working for the main temple. The great illusory Sun Divine Palace could be unhappy with them and target them, but all of this had to be done in secret. They could use all kinds of relationships and methods to suppress them, but they couldn't do it openly. If they did it openly, they would lose somewhat in terms of logic. When they returned to the main temple, they would have to bear the crime of killing each other and framing their comrades. Although the great illusory Sun Divine Palace was domineering, they didn't have any right to be domineering in front of the main temple. He had originally wanted to reprimand Qin Wushuang with a stern face, but before he could finish this idea, Qin Wushuang's figure had already flown in front of him. Captain R.I. Dongshan, this is bad. A beast tide has erupted in the south. It's unstoppable. Our group has been scattered, and the fate of the others is unknown. Run for your lives. Qin Wushuang deliberately put on a very frightened tone. As he spoke, he flew forward. When they were near R.I. Dongshan, they stopped and said in a serious tone, Captain Dongshan, I'm not lying to you. Let's retreat quickly. R.I. Dongshan snorted coldly. Before he could say anything, Qin Wushuang waved his hand and said, do as you see fit. I won't accompany you. He didn't give R.I. Dongshan a chance to speak. R.I. Dongshan almost rolled his eyes. The other team members squeezed out and asked one after another, wasn't that Wu Xinghe just now? Captain, did you let him go? Still half believing and half doubting, R.I. Dongshan repeated Qin Wushuang's words. Everyone else revealed looks of disbelief. That brat is full of tricks. I'm afraid he's trying to trick us and distract us. That's right, Captain. Didn't you say that the kid was very arrogant? If a beast tide really broke out, would he be so kind as to inform us? All in all, these guys only had one principle. They didn't believe it. R.I. Dongshan recalled Qin Wushuang's terrified expression and also found it strange. That brat's terrified look is completely different from when I first saw him. It was inevitable that his acting was a little too much. Even if it's a beast tide, he's a heavenly supreme Tao elite. Who is he trying to fool by being so scared? Haha, that's right. This brat doesn't even know how to act. He's really retarded. They didn't know that this was precisely Qin Wushuang's plan. If Qin Wushuang had used a normal tone, perhaps R.I. Dongshan would have believed him. Qin Wushuang simply did the opposite and used R.I. Dongshan's mentality. Pretending to exaggerate would make it easier for R.I. Dongshan to not believe him. This way, they would be skeptical and delay the best time to retreat. Once the beast tide surged over and formed a circle, even if they were great illusory Sun Divine Palace disciples, what could they do? Not all of them were heavenly supreme Tao. Including R.I. Dongshan, there were only 2 heavenly supreme Tao elites in the great illusory Sun Divine Palace team. Even if a heavenly supreme Tao elite was surrounded by the beast tide, it was no problem to escape. But it was unknown whether a true supreme Tao elite could successfully escape from the encirclement of millions of beast tides. Captain, That Wu Xinghe left the team and ran around like a headless fly. What is he trying to do? There are no other teams around, why don't we? One of the team members made a chopping motion with his palm. Obviously, he was suggesting to privately kill Qin Wushuang. Ri Dongshan frowned but didn't reply. Because the throbbing in his divine soul didn't subside because of Qin Wushuang's passing. Instead, it felt more and more intense. This was definitely an ominous sign. Captain Ri Dongshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted, "Retreat, retreat immediately. I'm afraid that brat is deliberately confusing us. There might really be a beast tide behind us." "How is that possible, Captain? If we leave now and leave our post, it'll be hard to explain." "Yes, Captain. That brat is playing tricks. We can't trust him." Ri Dongshan raised his eyebrows. Those two arrogant eyebrows were like two sharp swords. "I order, retreat immediately. Carry it out quickly." These team members definitely didn't dare to disobey Ri Dongshan. Ri Dongshan's authority even surpassed Qin Wushuang's existence in the Galaxy team. This kind of authority wasn't formed in a short period of time, but accumulated over a long period of time. "Retreat!" Vice Captain Hong Yu shouted. Ri Dongshan warned, "You guys go first, I'll cover the rear. Be careful of that Qin Wushuang. I suspect that this brat is deliberately tricking us. This is called diverting the trouble. Humph, that brat better not let me see him." Hong Yu, as the vice captain, was also a heavenly supreme Dao elite. He had always been unhappy with Qin Wushuang. In his opinion, a mere rogue cultivator rejecting the great illusory Sun Divine Palace was simply not knowing what was good for him. It was a foolish affront. In this kind of situation, Hong Yu had always advocated to be ruthless. Just as the troops were about to retreat, suddenly, the entire sky seemed to be torn open with many holes. Within the layers of clouds, black and oppressive clouds kept falling down. Those weren't dark clouds at all. Instead, they were flying spirit beasts. They were like moths to a flame, constantly pressing down on the ground. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. In a short while, there were tens of thousands of flying spirit beasts pressing down like locusts, forming a huge black net. It was like a huge black ripple, spreading down from the sky. "Captain, it's a beast tide, it's really a beast tide." Hong Yu's pupils shrank rapidly. He waved the saber in his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck out, directly chopping a dozen flying spirit beasts in front of him into meat paste. In this kind of situation, as long as a heavenly supreme Dao elite wasn't surrounded by a large number of beasts, under normal circumstances, it was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, unusually fierce. Roar. There was a huge roar that shook the earth and the mountains. All around the valley, as if a dam had collapsed, countless beasts surged out from all directions. One wave, two waves, a black mass. Looking from above, it was like countless ants crawling out of a hole, crazy and raging. "Kill." Hong Yu waved his saber, his eyes red, opening a path in front, constantly sweeping. He knew that once he was trapped, it would be a dead end. The individual cultivation of these beasts was insignificant, but they had the advantage in numbers. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, although these beasts weren't very strong individually, they formed groups of 3 to 5, forming a joint attack. Their collective attack made experts of their level not dare to be careless. "Hong Yu, lead the brothers and charge out. I'll block the beast tide behind us." At this time, although the East Mountain was chaotic, he wasn't alarmed. He had already judged that the beast tide behind them was the real source of danger. If the millions of beasts were to rush over at the same time, then, they could be trampled to death even if they stepped on them. Moreover, these spirit beasts were all able to fight on land, sea, and air. Once the beast tide locked down all the space. Once the hand-to-hand combat began, there would only be one outcome, death. Yes, there couldn't be any other outcome. The only difference was that he had to kill more beasts or less beasts. However, there were millions of beasts. Even if no one killed 10,000, so what? It wouldn't have any effect on the beast army. If tens of thousands of beasts died, it wouldn't even be a scratch. Hong Yu gritted his teeth and shouted, Brothers, follow me and form a diamond-shaped battle formation. Charge. Don't hesitate, escaping is the priority. Although the other 5 team members had always been in the Great Illusionary Sun Divine Palace and had seen a lot of the world, this was the first time they had encountered such an overwhelming aura. In an instant, they lost 30 to 40% of their souls. They followed behind Hongyu with trepidation. Suddenly, a lightning-like black shadow rushed over from the right like the wind. It opened its mouth and a black gas flashed. Ah! With a scream, the right foot of a team member had been bitten away. Blood sprayed down like rain. The bloodthirsty beasts became even more excited when they saw their prey bleeding. As if suddenly injected with chicken blood, they roared crazily and charged over even more ferociously. The defensive circle of Hongyu's saber was very large. Within 3 miles, the beasts couldn't break through at all. As the light of his saber continued to shift, he got further and further away from the main circle. Old 5, hold on. Hongyu roared. HMPH, can you hold on? This voice seemed to appear out of thin air and resounded in the depths of Hongyu's soul. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, shocking Hongyu. A white light flashed, and a sword light cut through the void and slashed at Hongyu's back. This sword strike came without any warning at all. The cultivator with the broken leg didn't have the strength to resist at all and was directly twisted by the sword light. His soul didn't even have time to escape and was directly minced by the sword light. HMPH, all of you stay. That voice snorted coldly without any human emotion. It was the expert from the Fengyun continent who had followed the beast tide. The sword light was activated again, and 2 perfect arcs intersected, forming an even more perfect 3-dimensional attack wave that blocked in front of Hongyu and the others. This sword light seemed to be able to destroy everything and completely sealed their path forward. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 939. An elite warrior, an absolute elite warrior. Hongyu, a first calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage, also felt a chill when facing this world-shaking sword. In the distance, Qin Wushuang watched this scene with cold eyes. Instead, waves of pleasure emerged from his heart. The great illusory Sun Divine Palace deserved it. They were like an overlord, scheming against this and that. Now, Qin Wushuang was giving them a taste of their own medicine. Naturally, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. The Beast Clan accepted my suggestion. The first step is the right one. Only, it's unexpected that the elite warriors of the Fengyun land made a move. Initially, I wanted to rely on the Beast Clan to teach the great illusory Sun Divine Palace a lesson. Unexpectedly, things got out of hand. It's good, let the Fengyun land and the Celestial land fight. To me, this situation is the best. The bigger the commotion, the more beneficial it is for the Tianxian land. The Fengyun land and the Celestial land fight for fame and benefits. It's best to let them tear each other apart. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang realized that the situation had become interesting. To him, there were unexpected gains. Sword lights flashed. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that with each sword, the color would change once. After 5 sword moves, 3 people were killed directly. The other 2 fell into the herd of beasts and were torn into pieces directly. Although Hongyu barely blocked the 6th sword, this person was clearly a 3rd or 4th calamity heavenly supreme Tao elite warrior. When the sword came over, it directly caused huge cracks to appear on Hongyu's battle blade. His entire person rolled outside like a kite with a broken string. Fortunately, Ri Dongshan rushed over quickly at this moment. With a powerful blade move, he caught the following sword move. Following the momentum, a divine light supported Hongyu and pushed him out of the circle. Go. Ri Dongshan knew that if the others died, then so be it. However, Hongyu was a heavenly supreme Tao elite warrior. It was extremely difficult to nurture a heavenly supreme Tao warrior. He must not die meaninglessly. The meaning of 1 heavenly supreme Tao warrior was more valuable than 10 peak genuine supreme Tao warriors. Hongyu used this power to jump out of the circle and roared, "Captain, I'm fine, go." Ri Dongshan shouted. Hong Yu wiped the blood off his face. This was the blood of his teammates. It was still warm, but his teammates were already beheaded, their souls destroyed. Damn it, damn it. Hong Yu was furious, but he couldn't find a place to vent his anger. As he charged forward, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Wu Xinghe. Hong Yu's face instantly turned ferocious. He was furious and had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw Wu Xinghe, he immediately vented his anger on Qin Wushuang. Brat, it's you. You're the one who led the beast tide here. Although Hong Yu wasn't sure, he didn't care. First, he would stick to this excuse and make a move on the other party. Then, he would feel justified. Unexpectedly, Qin Wushuang smiled leisurely and didn't deny it. He just said calmly, Vice Captain Hong, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. A few days ago, a member of your great illusory Sun Divine Palace provoked the beast race. Don't think I don't know. If I didn't find out early, I'm afraid I would have been tricked by you. Now, this is called karma. It came quickly. Qin Wushuang's tone was not polite at all. Hong Yu's facial muscles twitched slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. So, it's really you who led the disaster. Sigh, rotten wood can't be carved. Like I said, this is your own fault. You want to set us up, but now the fire is too fierce, even burned yourself, right? Captain Dongshan didn't escape. Did he die in the line of duty? Captain Dongshan used his flesh and blood to resist 1,000,000 beasts. It's really praiseworthy. Such a feat. When I return to the celestial phenomenon continent in the future, I must set up a monument to write about it. Hong Yu was not stupid. He naturally could tell whether it was sarcastic or not. His breathing suddenly became hurried, and his right hand was already on the hilt of his saber. Qin Wushuang shouted exaggeratedly, Vice Captain Hong, don't forget your identity. Right now, we are all working for the main shrine. Don't tell me you want to take advantage of the fact that no one is around to deal with me. Hong Yu laughed sinisterly. You're right, kid, accept your fate. Today, your Master Hong will let you know the difference between the heavenly supreme Tao of a wandering cultivator and the heavenly supreme Tao of a sect powerhouse. Qin Wushuang laughed happily. So, you have to make a move today? Wu Xinghe, even if you have a glib tongue today, you won't be able to escape this calamity. He, Vice Captain Hong, you seem to have forgotten something. You're so confident, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? I don't need to remember anything. You just need to know that this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. TSK, I have to remind you. I escaped 1,000,000 beasts tide, but you almost couldn't. Do you think you can kill me with your little tricks? Hong Yu was surprised. These words were like a sharp blade, directly cutting a crack in his self-confidence. Kid, you're just lucky to escape in advance. See how I'll kill you today. Hong Yu shouted, waving his saber, and slashing 3 times in a row, rolling over. The 3 slashes of a heavenly supreme Tao elite were unusual. With the help of the natural forces of heaven and earth, the 3 slashes came over. Qin Wushuang immediately felt at least hundreds and thousands of forces surging in the void. But the 3 fatal slashes were real. In the blink of an eye, the 3 slashes were in front of him. Qin Wushuang's body, almost at the same time, suddenly turned into a purple light, rushing to the sky. He opened his arms, and a saber appeared. Yin-Yang Creation Saber. This saber, divided into yin and yang, seized the creation. Creation was beautiful. Yin and yang cut the dawn. Yin-Yang Aurora, break for me. Qin Wushuang shouted, and the saber light rolled up. A yin-yang vortex spread out, spinning rapidly in front of him, sucking in the enemy's saber light. Qin Wushuang pushed the saber light with this momentum, and rushed out. Seeing the yin-yang aurora slashing out, Hong Yu immediately realized that something was wrong. He cursed, blocked with his saber, and turned into a flowing light to escape. Since he couldn't beat him, he ran. Hong Yu had lost his momentum in the battle just now. Now that he was shocked by Qin Wushuang's move, he didn't have any fighting spirit, and only wanted to escape as far as possible. Qin Wushuang squinted his eyes, looking at Hongyu's faraway track. He activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings, and quickly chased after him, with the graceful spiritual bow still open. Shooting sun arrow, go! Qin Wushuang stretched out his arms, and the graceful spiritual bow in his hands was like a brilliant life, emitting the most brilliant brilliance of its life. Whoosh! With an incomparable arc and perfect speed, it followed Hongyu's escape track. Suddenly, there was a burst of golden light in front, and with a boom, a cloud of golden light rushed into the sky. Hongyu screamed miserably, and his spirit escaped from his body, but he was already seriously injured. Qin Wushuang laughed, flapped his wings, and swept the long whip in his hand. Hongyu, where are you going? This long whip was a third tribulation heavenly supreme Tao weapon, and it was best at imprisoning spirits. The flickering shadows of the whip had already wrapped Hongyu's spirit tightly. Hongyu was scared out of his wits, and only now did he realize how terrifying this rogue cultivator was. Qin Wushuang didn't give him a chance to speak, and the divine venomous insect technique had already shot into his spirit, directly imprisoning him. Hongyu's spirit was already injured, so how could it be an enemy of Qin Wushuang's spirit? After being invaded by the divine venomous insect, he became muddle-headed and fainted. To Qin Wushuang, capturing the spirit of a heavenly supreme Tao cultivator was a huge gain. Qin Wushuang put away the long whip, and without hesitation, he immediately turned and left. No matter what, Qin Wushuang didn't want to leave any evidence behind. Others might not care about Hongyu's life, but R.I. Dongshan definitely wouldn't be indifferent. Given R.I. Dongshan's stubborn personality, if he knew that Hongyu was killed by Qin Wushuang, he wouldn't hesitate to ask. Certainly, R.I. Dong Mountain would not ask about the rights and wrongs, and would fight to the death with him. Qin Wushuang wasn't afraid of R.I. Dongshan, but he didn't want to be known as a killer in front of the other teams of the main Divine Palace. Although all this was caused by Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace. But Qin Wushuang wasn't naive enough to think that those people would listen to his patient explanation. Usually, a rogue cultivator wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly in such a situation. Even if the reasoning was clear, everyone would know which was more important between Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace and the rogue cultivators. Half a month later, the Beast Tide disaster finally subsided. From the south to the east, it was a complete mess. Countless cultivators had lost their lives in this beast tide, including the native cultivators of the Black Magpie Star, rogue cultivators from other planes, and cultivators from the Fengyun continent and the Tianxiang continent. In the midst of the furious beast tide, they all seemed so insignificant. And the mastermind of the whole thing, Qin Wushuang, was leisurely cultivating in a secluded cave residence. In this half a month, he mainly did one thing, and that was to fuse Hongyu's spirit into a great golem puppet, and create another heavenly supreme Tao puppet. Although this puppet couldn't be compared to the other heavenly supreme Tao puppets for the time being, Qin Wushuang felt a great sense of accomplishment. It turned out that creating a heavenly supreme Tao puppet was so much fun. This sense of accomplishment wasn't something that could be replaced by anything else. Captain, something bad has happened. On this day, suddenly, Qin Wushuang received a message from Vice Captain Tai Hong. Captain, where are you? That Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace's R.I. Dongshan promised you a supreme-grade crystal to take your life. They spread the word that you attracted the beast tide, and even ambushed his junior brother Hongyu. What a big pot of dirty water for you. Qin Wushuang was mildly surprised, but quickly calmed down. He wasn't at all surprised by R.I. Dongshan's actions. Given R.I. Dongshan's personality, it would be strange if he didn't do so. A supreme-grade Deluo crystal, how generous. It must be a 10th-grade Deluo crystal, right? Otherwise, my life would be too valuable. An 11th-grade Deluo crystal, it's said that even sovereigns would be tempted. Haha, R.I. Dongshan is willing to spend a fortune. Qin Wushuang mocked himself, but his heart was very calm. A supreme-grade crystal was good, but it was unknown how many people would be tempted. After all, these people had come on the orders of the Prime Divine Palace. If fighting and killing in private incurred the displeasure of the upper echelons of the Prime Divine Palace, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 940. The situation was far more complicated than Qin Wushuang had imagined. In fact, it had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Ri Dongshan was powerless to discover that his so-called bounty had become so insignificant. The worst thing was that the people from the celestial phenomenon continent had already been discovered by the Fengyun continent. Moreover, the great illusory Sun Divine Palace had almost been completely annihilated in the first battle. No matter what, they had lost this battle. Lord Xinghe. In a secluded area in the south, Serpent King from the giant beast clan met Qin Wushuang once again. However, this time, the giant beast clan's impression of Qin Wushuang had improved greatly. Yes, Your Majesty, Serpent King. I wonder if His Majesty has made up his mind about my proposal? Qin Wushuang asked directly. Serpent King smiled slightly. His Majesty Lion King has seen Lord Xinghe's sincerity, so he sent me to see you. He is willing to form an alliance with Lord Xinghe. Qin Wushuang nodded, but he didn't look overjoyed. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Lord Xinghe, what should we do next? Serpent King asked carefully. Don't be anxious. Let me explain the situation to you first. The two biggest threats your Black Magpie Star is facing right now are the Fengyun continent and the Celestial Phenomenon continent. The Celestial Phenomenon continent is geographically far away from you. Therefore, they are only interested in crystals. They are definitely not as interested in enslaving your Black Magpie Star as compared to the Fengyun continent. Serpent King nodded silently. He knew that even if Lord Wu Xinghe had other intentions, he wouldn't lie to them about this matter. Lord Xinghe, these two forces are existences that our Black Magpie Star cannot afford to offend, right? Serpent King's tone was somewhat powerless. Indeed, whether it was the Fengyun continent or the Celestial Phenomenon continent, they were both colossal existences to the Black Magpie Star. Qin Wushuang naturally wouldn't deny it. He nodded and said, these two planes both have overgods. Moreover, they have more than one overgod. The number of Sky Supreme Tao powerhouses is in the hundreds. On your Black Magpie Star, even if you have genuine Supreme Tao experts, there wouldn't be more than 1,000 of them, right? As for these two forces, there were at least 50 to 60,000 genuine Supreme Tao experts, if not 100,000. That's the difference. The Snake King sighed. If that's the case, how are we going to get rid of them? There's no other way. The only way is for an overgod to appear on your planet. Only an overgod could decide the fate of the Black Magpie Star. Otherwise, it's unrealistic for you to shorten the gap with them in a short period of time. Master God. Snake King stammered. We're not even at the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage, so how are we supposed to ascend to Master God? How powerful does a sovereign need to be? The first and second tribulations of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage are elementary heavenly gods. The third and fourth tribulations of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage are intermediate heavenly gods. The fifth and sixth tribulations of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage are advanced heavenly gods. Above the high-level heavenly god realm, the seven tribulations of the true Supreme Tao stage were known as Master Gods. If you have a seventh tribulation heavenly Supreme Tao powerhouse, you can ascend to become an overgod. Become the master of the Black Magpie Star and ensure your own fate. After hearing these words, Snake King felt even more hopeless. The seventh tribulation heavenly Supreme Tao was simply an unattainable dream. They did not even have a first tribulation of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Not to mention the seventh tribulation. Your Highness Snake King, it's too early for you to fantasize about becoming an overgod. According to my observations, the Black Magpie Star doesn't seem to be a place where it's impossible to break through to the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Why is your overall strength so weak? That's strange. If you want to save the Black Magpie Star, there's only one way. Which way? Snake King humbly asked. Out. Qin Wushuang said indifferently. If the powerhouses of the Black Magpie Star only ever set their sights on the Black Magpie Star, then becoming stronger will forever be a dream. Snake King's heart trembled, and he looked at Qin Wushuang with a different gaze. Your Highness Snake King, I won't hide it from you. My homeland is now occupied by the Fengyun continent. I feel the pain that the Black Magpie Star is going through. The only difference between us is that I have hope and a goal to fight for my homeland. As for you, you're muddle-headed and numb to yourselves. To put it bluntly, you're just muddling along and waiting for death to come. Although it didn't sound good, Qin Wushuang knew that the fiercer his words were, the more the giant beast clan would be motivated. No one was born willing to be a slave, and no one was willing to sit and wait for death. The only reason the giant beast clan was in such a dilemma was that the foreign powerhouses were simply too powerful. Remember, out. Only by walking out can you know how big the sky is. Knowing how big the sky is, your heart will be as big as it is. Snake King nodded silently in agreement. Lord Xinghe, after hearing your words, I really feel that we've lived for hundreds of years in vain. It seems that our vision is still too low. Yes, Your Highness Snake King, go back and tell His Majesty the Lion King. The Black Magpie Star is pressed for time. If you want to protect yourselves, you must let the Fengyun continent and Celestial Phenomenon continent fight. The more ruthless they fight, the better it will be for you. It's best if the two powerful planes are locked in a fierce battle. This is the most beneficial for you and my homeland. Snake King was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. That's right. If they fight fiercely, they won't have time to care about us. We can take advantage of this time to rest and improve our strength. Not bad. But how do we make them fight each other? This was a difficult problem to solve. Simple. You know everything about the Fengyun continent, and I know everything about the Celestial Phenomenon continent. You can give me information about the Fengyun continent's powerhouses, and I'll be responsible for hunting them down. In that case, this debt will definitely be settled on the heads of those from Celestial Phenomenon continent. Good plan. Snake King laughed sinisterly. This is a good idea. I'll go back and report to His Majesty immediately. Lord Xinghe, please wait for a moment. Qin Wushuang smiled. This is a small matter. The key is that the cultivators of the Black Magpie Star must find a way out as soon as possible. The Fengyun continent's transportation formation and Celestial Phenomenon continent's flying ship cannot be used. If you want to go out, you must find your own passage. Since ancient times, has there been such an ancient passage on the Black Magpie Star? The Snake King's expression was a little awkward. He smiled and said, there are rumors about this matter. However, no one knows the exact details. I'll go back and ask His Majesty. He couldn't possibly reveal the secret of the Myriad Gods Grotto, right? Hearing Lord Xinghe's words, did he really know about the existence of the Myriad Gods Grotto? Snake King wasn't sure, so he didn't dare to speak too confidently. 10 days later, Qin Wushuang received information from the giant beast clan that their target was a young disciple of the Fengyun continent. This person was a newly advanced Heavenly Supreme Dao powerhouse. He wasn't the strongest, but his status was very prominent. It was said that he was the last disciple of the Fengyun continent's sovereign god. The last disciple of the sovereign god? That means there must be a sovereign god artifact, right? Hehe, that's good too. I'll start with the last disciple of the sovereign god. Qin Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. His hatred for invaders like the Fengyun continent made Qin Wushuang even angrier. In his 2 lifetimes as a human, the thing he hated the most was this kind of invader. Because of their own selfish interests, they destroyed other people's homes, plundered lives, and killed for no reason. Qin Wushuang had always been a straightforward person. To friends, he would treat them with good wine. To deal with wolves, he had to use his fists. Light Moon Mountain Range. Lin Jingfeng, a genius of the generation from the Fengyun continent, was cultivating alone with his sword. Lin Jingfeng was the last disciple of the Wind Sovereign God of the Fengyun continent. He was an exceptional genius who had broken through to the Heavenly Supreme Dao realm before he was even 100 years old. He was also recognized as a genius that only appeared once in 100,000 years in the Fengyun continent. To cultivate to the heavenly supreme Tao realm before the age of 100 was indeed very exaggerated. One must know that Lin Jingfeng's master was the wind sovereign god. And Qin Wushuang's master, Li Shenfeng, was the holy emperor of the 9 tribulations. With all the help that Li Shenfeng had given to Qin Wushuang, it took a full few decades for Qin Wushuang to cultivate to the heavenly supreme Tao realm through the 5-colored divine light. And this Lin Jingfeng obviously didn't have such a monstrous master relationship like Qin Wushuang. But he still managed to break through to the heavenly supreme Tao realm. From this, it could be seen that in the vast universe, there were countless geniuses. No wonder he was a heavenly supreme Tao realm expert. The defensive area of his spirit was far beyond that of ordinary people. The moment Qin Wushuang stepped into the 500-mile radius of the mountain range, Lin Jingfeng was alerted. Lin Jingfeng was alerted and snorted coldly, "Blind thing, trespassing on the forbidden grounds, die." He pointed the long sword in his hand that was like moonlight. The startling moonlight brought with it a strong aura as it turned into a long rainbow that swept over. Boom! Boom! Everywhere it passed, the protruding mountain peaks were instantly flattened. All sorts of stone chips flew all over the sky. It was like a rain of stone chips. His sword was as fast as a shooting star. Lin Jingfeng lived up to his name. He was like a gust of wind. With a sway of his body, he had already floated 100 miles away. The long sword in his hand trembled. "Come on out." Lin Jingfeng realized that the person who had arrived was not weak after his first attack failed. At the very least, he wasn't an opponent that he could take down in a single move. Such an opponent had instead aroused Lin Jingfeng's curiosity. It was hard to find an opponent. It was even harder to find an opponent that he could practice with. Qin Wushuang's figure slowly rose from the bottom of the mountain. With a playful smile, he walked up slowly. "Tell me your name." "My sword doesn't kill nameless people." Qin Wushuang smiled faintly. "I'm the opposite. I specialize in killing nameless people like you." Lin Jingfeng's eyes suddenly shot out a ray of light. Like lightning, it shot towards Qin Wushuang. Immediately, a strong murderous intent gathered in his eyes. Qin Wushuang sneered and said, "This sword is just a piece of scrap metal. You'd better keep it. I'm not interested. I'm here to see the Master God weapon." Lin Jingfeng became alert. This person actually knew that he had a Master God weapon. This meant that the other party had come prepared. Otherwise, how would he know that he had a Master God weapon? Without a doubt, the other party knew his identity like the back of his hand. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 941. Lin Jingfeng was indeed a true disciple of the sovereign. Although he was exposed by Qin Wushuang, he regained his composure after being slightly startled. He did not lose his composure because of Qin Wushuang's words. He slowly kept the sword in his hand and smiled faintly. "Since you want to see the sovereign weapon, it seems like you are coveting it. Very good. Very good. If you can defeat me, then you can take my head as well as my sovereign artifact. However, I would like to know what kind of capital you have." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Don't ask me what kind of capital I have. You only need to know that I have enough capital to snatch your sovereign weapon. You are indeed arrogant." Lin Jingfeng said coldly. "I hope your strength can be as arrogant as your word. Or else." The experts of the celestial phenomenon continent have always been able to do what they say. They never boast about what they can't do. Lin Jingfeng, 3 moves. "I only have 3 moves. If you can take them, it will be your win." Qin Wushuang showed 3 fingers. Lin Jingfeng was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "I say, sir, do you think that we are children fighting? Is it fun to provoke me like this?" "No, no, no. 3 moves. Watch carefully." Qin Wushuang smiled. I heard that the genius of the Fengyun continent is a once-in-a-100,000 years genius, right? My biggest hobby is to step on geniuses and strangle them in the cradle. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the yin-yang creation saber and the tip of the saber rolled. Yin-yang aurora. The pattern of the yin-yang creation saber swept across the void and attacked directly. This yin-yang aurora was indeed powerful. The entire sky immediately caved in, forming a deep pattern mark. It was like a huge seal, increasing the pressure of the space continuously. When it reached Lin Jingfeng, its power increased by at least 100 times. When Lin Jingfeng saw Qin Wushuang take out a first calamity heavenly supreme Dao weapon, he laughed in his heart. How could this broken saber compete with a sovereign weapon? However, when he saw Qin Wushuang's new moves, he restrained his underestimation. When he saw the yin-yang aurora pressing down on him, the pressure kept increasing. Only then did he realize how powerful it was. Without a second thought, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. Countless shimmering silver chains immediately surrounded his body, forming a perfect defense. In front of this chain defense, the air pressure rushed forward more than 10 times, but it didn't move at all. They were unable to break through the chain defense. A sovereign artifact. Qin Wushuang revealed a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Brat, it's good that you know. Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. So what? Watch out for my arrow. As soon as the yin-yang creation saber was put away, the graceful spiritual bow was pulled back like a full moon and 9 arrows were shot simultaneously. 9 meteor-like arrows, carrying a golden light, like 9 majestic golden dragons, roared as they approached. If a saber doesn't work, then a bow and arrow will. Lin Jingfeng was extremely confident in his own sovereign artifact. With a light flick of his wrist, the end of the chain suddenly danced like a snake and transformed into a giant hammer. Meteor hammer. The meteor hammer shook in the air and immediately blocked the graceful spiritual bow's aura. The chain defense seemed to be able to expand infinitely, constantly forming a defensive net and firmly holding back the 9 golden lights. The silver light and the golden light intersected, as if the sun and the moon were competing for brilliance. It was extremely spectacular. Qin Wushuang saw it clearly and said with a smile, "Very good, the defense is indeed worthy of being a sovereign artifact. Strong. Let's see how you block the third move." A strange sound came from Qin Wushuang's back, and a streak of purple gas rushed out. The yin-yang purple cloud wings were formed again. 2 indistinct lights appeared behind his back, as if 2 ferocious beasts that were ready to rush out of their cages at any time. They let out a hair-raising low roar. What tricks is this brat playing? Could it be that he also has a sovereign artifact? A trace of doubt flashed across Lin Jingfeng's heart, but he immediately became very calm. Even if he has a sovereign artifact, so what? This meteor hammer of mine is a powerful sovereign artifact that my master bestowed upon me. Its defense is top-notch and its attack is also extremely powerful. This brat, if he gets close to my attack range, I will let him see what a real sovereign artifact is. As Lin Jingfeng pondered, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was very disdainful of Qin Wushuang's choice to attack from a close range. Everyone knew that the closer one got to a sovereign artifact, the more miserable his death would be. However, the opponent did not seem to take the sovereign artifact into consideration at all. With a flap of his wings, he had already rushed over. The 2 auras behind his wings became more and more intense. Suddenly, 2 strange lights rushed out. One was green and the other was orange. The 2 sword lights were like sword spirits, filled with spiritual energy. In an instant, it seemed as if they were going to absorb all the spiritual energy in the entire void. The dazzling brilliance caused the entire sky to lose its color. Lin Jingfeng raised his head in surprise and looked at the 2 swords hanging high in the sky. Could it be a sovereign artifact too? With such a powerful aura, Lin Jingfeng would not believe that it was not a sovereign artifact. The third attack, Lin Jingfeng, be prepared. Qin Wushuang flapped his wings and pressed down with his arms. The 2 sword lights were like 2 waterfalls that fell from the sky. They fell 3,000 feet straight, like the Milky Way hanging upside down. The aura was so strong that it suppressed the power of the meteor hammer even lower. What? Lin Jingfeng was shocked to discover that the defensive range of the meteor hammer did not listen to him at all. It shrunk and shrunk continuously. What's going on? Even if these two swords are sovereign artifacts, the difference should not be so big. Boom! The two sword lights fell, like a shocking waterfall that fell to the bottom, directly pressing down. The chain defense formed by the meteor hammer's chain was completely suppressed. Countless rays of divine power kept coming in through the gaps, like thousands of flying needles, shooting over. Lin Jingfeng immediately knew that things were not going well. However, in a battle between experts, by the time you realized that things were not going well, it was already too late to make up for it. The powerful sword light charged over mercilessly, wrapping Lin Jingfeng in circles. Turning hardness into softness. Qin Wuxuang roared. The sword lights that filled the sky suddenly turned into streaks of ribbon-like airflow, binding Lin Jingfeng tightly. Clang! The meteor hammer's defense was completely destroyed. It was completely suppressed by the two sharp sword lights. It let out a cry of despair and fell into the dust. Qin Wuxuang clapped his hands and waved his arm. He waved a sword technique and retrieved the two sword lights. Naturally, these two bursts of sword lights were heavenly honorable divine weapons. This time, it was Qin Wuxuang's first time using them. After a long period of hard work, refining the two heavenly master divine swords, the heavenly branch Kuei Wolf, came in handy now. They were actually able to restrain the sovereign artifacts. Of course, it was also because Lin Jingfeng's control of the sovereign artifacts was half-baked that Qin Wuxuang was able to take advantage of it. Otherwise, Qin Wuxuang would not have been able to use the sovereign artifacts so easily if it were another high-level divine realm expert. In fact, he would not have been able to take the initiative. In the end, it was still the difference in strength and the suppression of equipment. Lin Jingfeng, a genius that appeared once in 100,000 years, had become Qin Wuxuang's prisoner. Qin Wuxuang followed the same old rules. He used the divine venomous worm to invade Lin Jingfeng's divine soul and brainwash him, turning Lin Jingfeng into a divine realm puppet. Lin Jingfeng was a peerless genius. Geniuses were not given for free. Qin Wuxuang had many uses for him. He was a rare commodity worth hoarding. Naturally, he would not kill Lin Jingfeng. Lin Jingfeng's divine soul was slightly stronger than Hong Yu's. However, Qin Wuxuang's divine soul was inherited from the Holy Emperor. It was much stronger than this genius that appeared once in 100,000 years. Master. By the time Lin Jingfeng regained consciousness, he had already become Qin Wuxuang's puppet. Qin Wuxuang said indifferently, "Follow me." A great battle had happened here. Naturally, it was not good to stay for long. He brought Lin Jingfeng away directly. With Lin Jingfeng's status as a sovereign's last disciple, Qin Wuxuang knew that this person was definitely a rare commodity worth hoarding. He had to find a safe place and ask properly. With this question, Qin Wuxuang was truly shocked. Wind Cloud Continent actually had 3 sovereigns now. Apart from the Wind and Cloud sovereigns, there was also a Thunder sovereign. And the experts that Wind Cloud Continent sent to the Black Magpie Star numbered as many as 1,000. There were dozens of heavenly supreme Tao powerhouses. The strongest was actually a 6th tribulation heavenly supreme Tao high-level heavenly god. One had to know that there were at most 10 high-level heavenly gods in Wind Cloud Continent. Each of them was the most capable assistant under the sovereigns. There were actually 6 tribulation heavenly supreme Tao powerhouses sent to this Black Magpie Star. It seemed that compared to the Wind Cloud Continent, the strength of the first batch of 20 teams from the Celestial Phenomenon Continent was still lacking. However, Qin Wuxuang was not more concerned about the situation of the Black Magpie Star, but the Tianxian Continent. Currently, what kind of thoughts did the Wind Cloud Continent have towards the Tianxian Continent? Tianxian Continent. Lin Jingfeng's expression appeared extremely surprised. Master, you also know about the Tianxian Continent? Yes, if you have something to say, just say it. The Tianxian Continent is a great hatred in my teacher's heart. It's because the soaring of Galaxia boundary of the Tianxian Continent is so powerful that even my teacher could not break it open. Therefore, my teacher decided that once the soaring of Galaxia boundary is broken, he must personally make a trip to the Tianxian continent. He wants to see what kind of mysteries the Tianxian continent has to be able to set up such a powerful boundary. Qin Wushuang clicked his tongue inwardly. Even the wind sovereign god had made a move. It seemed that his teacher was not lying when he said that he had done something to the soaring of Galaxia boundary. Otherwise, even if the divine souls of the Tianxian continent were sealed, it would be difficult to withstand the continuous attacks of the sovereign gods, right? Yes, in the eyes of the wind sovereign god, how long can the soaring of Galaxia boundary last? 5 to 6,000 years. Now, the three sovereigns have already begun to prepare. They are preparing to join forces to break the soaring of Galaxia boundary 5,000 years later and kill their way into the Tianxian continent. According to the Thunder Sovereign God speculation, the Tianxian continent must have other mysteries. Perhaps, there are even more fortuitous encounters there. Now, the Tianxian continent is the place that the three sovereigns pay the most attention to. They pay even more attention to it than the Black Magpie Star. Then, what is it about the Black Magpie Star that attracts you? The crystals and the resources here are extremely suitable to be our Wind Cloud Continent slave plane to protect our Wind Cloud Continent from the outside. The blueprint of the three chief gods is to create a defensive existential plane to ensure that our Wind Cloud Continent won't become the first target of the enemy's attack. Such great ambition. After lunch, I will continue to go crazy in the evening. Today, at least 7 chapters will be published. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 942. Around the Fengyun land, there were at least a few hundred ownerless plains. For example, ownerless plains like the Tianxian land and the Black Magpie Star were clearly fat meat in the eyes of the Fengyun land. Once this three-dimensional defense chain was completed, the Fengyun land would be like an indestructible castle surrounded on all sides. Even if a similarly powerful opponent appeared, these outer defenses could form a defense immediately and delay the time when the main body of the Fengyun land would be attacked. There would be enough time to set up the attack and defense system. Disregarding hatred, the three master gods of the Fengyun land did have good foresight. At least, their vision and height had far surpassed the understanding of other ownerless plains. However, because of this ambition, the ownerless plains around the Fengyun land would face such a tragic calamity. People would be plunged into misery and suffering, rivers and mountains would fall. 5,000 years later, it seemed the Tianxian land only had 5,000 years left. Also, 5,000 years later, they would face the joint attack of the three master gods. It appeared that they had plenty of time. However, to the vast universe, 5,000 years was truly insignificant. For a martial artist to ascend to the power of a master god, most likely it would take more than 5,000 years. Many martial artists had not even entered the genuine Supreme Tao stage when they were 5,000 years old. The disappearance of Lin Jingfeng had caused a huge uproar at the Fengyun land. It would have been fine if anyone had gone missing, but Lin Jingfeng had gone missing. Even the strongest commander of the Fengyun land was greatly shocked when he learned of Lin Jingfeng's disappearance. It was not a big deal for other heavenly Supreme Tao elite warriors to go missing or die. However, this Lin Jingfeng was the proudest disciple of the Wind Master God. He was known as a genius that appeared once in 100,000 years. If he had gone missing on the Black Magpie Star, only the heavens would know what the Wind Master God would do in his fury. Who would bear that kind of thunderous fury? Without a doubt, the fury of the Fengyun land would be unleashed on the celestial phenomenon land. The entire Black Magpie Star became lively. The elite warriors from the two camps began to have more and more friction. For the time being, the Fengyun land had not figured out the ins and outs of the celestial phenomenon land. Therefore, in their fury, they did not launch an all-out attack. This way, both sides kept probing and frictions. Qin Wushuang was adding fuel to the fire in the dark. With the list and clues provided by the giant beast clan, he would kill the elite warriors of the Fengyun land every few days. Within a month, The Fengyun continent had lost a total of 5 Heavenly Supreme Dao experts. 4 of them were either killed by Qin Wushuang or captured by Qin Wushuang. As for the last one, he was killed by the experts of the Celestial Phenomenon continent during a conflict with them. Over at the Celestial Phenomenon continent, although they knew that their strength was not enough to compete with the Fengyun continent for the time being, they still sought help from the main shrine. On the side of the Great Illusionary Sun Divine Palace, apart from the annihilation of the Eastern Sun Mountain, the old grudge was also brought up. The conflict between the two sides kept escalating. Qin Wushuang, on the other hand, continued to weaken himself like air. The two parties involved in the conflict, no matter who they were, would never have thought that the instigator of the whole thing was Wu Xinghe, a rogue cultivator. Even though Dongshan had offered a bounty to kill Wu Xinghe that day, everyone felt that Wu Xinghe was just a loose cultivator. His strength was obviously inferior to Sun Dongshan. Sun Dongshan's bounty was probably just a pretext to make a fuss about Wu Xinghe's rejection of the Great Illusionary Sun Divine Palace's second team. As the conflict escalated, the emotions of both sides became more and more turbulent. Who would care about a mere rogue cultivator? Even the most imaginative person would never have thought that the person who added fuel to the fire and fanned the flames was actually a rogue cultivator that they looked down on. Qin Wushuang was naturally happy to make a fortune in silence. He had a good time. He steadily ambushed, swept up equipment, and snatched Heavenly Supreme Dao weapons. After a period of time, his harvest was quite bountiful. The Giant Beast clan was also extremely excited to see the situation develop like this. Although the two strongest invaders were fighting each other on the Black Magpie Star's territory, it was without a doubt that all the sects on the Black Magpie Star were happy to see it. In their eyes, it was a dog-eat-dog situation. On this day, Qin Wushuang arrived at the South Peace City where he had agreed to meet with his companions. The South Peace City was the largest city in the south. At this moment, it was also heavily guarded. There were also experts from the Fengyun continent overseeing it. However, Qin Wushuang did not plan to cause trouble here. The other team members were already waiting anxiously in the South Peace City. When they saw their captain arrive, they were extremely excited. "Captain, the situation is very chaotic," Taihong said carefully. Qin Wushuang shrugged helplessly. "Yeah, if it wasn't for the chaos, I would have arrived long ago. The flames of war between the Fengyun continent and the Celestial Phenomenon continent are getting fiercer and fiercer. A war is about to erupt. How can this be?" Lu Tong kept rubbing his hands. The situation had developed to this point. Lu Tong was a little surprised. This is exciting. Lu Xiong still had his signature heartless laugh. Xiaojiang was very careful. He knew that he had no right to speak now. "Captain, the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace is the fuse for this matter," Heiyi said with a sinister smile. "You can say that. Why? Do you think it's not easy to clean up this mess?" Qin Wushuang's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces. However, Ji Yufeng said, "Fight, fight. The more deaths, the better." It wasn't hard to hear that Ji Yufeng was gloating. Heiyi laughed. "Little Ji Yu, it's rare that your words are to my liking. Those sects and factions are usually so arrogant. Now, whether they're mules or horses, let's drag them out for a walk." These rogue cultivators were often bullied by the major factions of Celestial Phenomenon continent. Hence, it was unrealistic to say that they felt a strong sense of enmity after the battle began. Rogue cultivators and sects, unless the ties of interest could bind them together, to say that they were of the same mind was simply nonsense. "Captain, then what do we do?" Xiaojiang asked in a low voice. "Everyone, I don't know what you're thinking. I only have one idea. You're all my team members. I hope that there were 7 of us when we came, and that there will be 7 of us when we leave." Qin Wushuang's tone was calm, but his expression did not seem to be fake. Everyone's heart trembled. Under the captain's tone, it would be a lie to say that they were not moved at all. At this time, the situation was chaotic. It was normal for a captain to abandon his team members and not care about them. "Everyone, let me ask you. You came to Black Magpie Star. Is it because of your loyalty to the main shrine, or for the crystal stone reward? This question was very sharp and very important. Lu Xiong was the most straightforward. The main shrine did not give me any benefits. Why should I be loyal? Usually, those major sects are tyrannical, and the main shrine did not do anything about it. I'll be honest, I'm here for the crystal stones. Haha, little Lu said it straightforwardly. I, Tai Hong, came here not only for the crystal stones, but also for the captain's bearing. We rogue cultivators have always been disliked. It's not that we don't have loyalty to the main shrine, but this kind of factor is not useful at the crucial moment. We have never eaten a mouthful of food from the main shrine. Ji Yufeng's words were always concise. I only want the crystal stones. Everything else is nonsense. Lu Tong sighed. If I had to choose between the crystal stones and the main shrine, I would definitely choose the crystal stones. The loyalty of rogue cultivators, hehe, even if they are sincere, who would take it seriously? Qin Wushuang locked his gaze on Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang smiled bitterly. Captain, I've been your loyal follower since the first time I saw you. That cousin of mine, although he is from the main shrine, but he's just taking a salary and learning skills. It doesn't mean that I have to die for the main shrine. Besides, with my little strength, I'd be cannon fodder if I went. Only He Yi did not express his opinion. He Yi narrowed his eyes. Do I have to repeat myself again? I've said it before, I only have one principle: I'll do whatever the captain says. I'm the captain's most loyal follower. Qin Wushuang nodded and stared at everyone. Everyone, I can see from your eyes that most of you are telling the truth. A few of you are slightly hesitant. I can tell you clearly for no reason, ever since the great illusionary Sun Divine Palace started targeting us, you already had no way out. Rogue cultivators are like grass in the wind, flying everywhere. No one will care about how you and I end up. In the end, the celestial phenomenon continent is the world of those major sects. Ri Dongshan did not hesitate to attract the beast tide to deal with us. If there is a first time, there will be a second time, and a third time. Therefore, even if you still have a glimmer of hope for the main shrine, in this situation, there is only one choice: try your best to survive. He would look for crystal mines and reap the greatest benefits. Only when we excavate a crystal mine will it be real. Captain, it's not that I'm looking down on the main temple. Even if we discover a crystal mine today and mine countless crystals, it's still unknown whether or not we can keep the 20% commission in our hand. The Lord God might not be biased, but what about the other experts in the main God Palace? What about the other big sects? Could he be sure that he had no selfish motives? I don't have much confidence in their character. His words were crude, but his reasoning was not. The black-winged bat's mental defenses against the giant sects were stronger than anyone else's. Don't look at me like that. You haven't experienced it, but I have. The black-winged bat sneered. I only have one question for you. Since ancient times, has there been any record of a rogue cultivator returning from the celestial phenomenon continent? Even if there is, it can be counted on one's fingers. And rogue cultivators were dismembered and died in the wilderness. I'm afraid there are countless records of this, right? Black-winged bat's words were quite appreciated by Qin Wushuang. Although this black-winged bat was particularly annoying at times, at critical moments, he saved Qin Wushuang a lot of talking. Lu Xiong cried out, "Old Black is right. Rather than believing in those guys, it's better to believe in our own fists. Captain, according to my temperament, if we really discover a crystal mine, we should make a fortune ourselves, take the crystals, and run away. Don't report back to the main shrine. Although the risk is great, at least we won't be targeted." Lu Xiong, shut up. Lu Tong scolded. Haha, little Lu, these words are straightforward. Tai Hong was also a radical. I also think that as long as we hide it well and don't be discovered, who in the outside world will care about a team formed by a few rogue cultivators? When the time comes, we'll just be on the list of casualties. These people, one after another, were all very excited. Third update, continues at night. Oh right, Now the monthly votes can only be cast within 24 hours. This is the new rule of the starting point. So the brothers who have 5 votes to save for the end of the month can cast it now. Otherwise, they won't be able to support the Star River at the end of the month. With this new rule, in addition to rewarding the monthly votes, it will take at least 48 plus hours to cast the full 5 votes. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 943. Qin Wushuang, on the other hand, was very calm. He only smiled as he watched them discuss. This was the atmosphere he needed. Only by arousing the bloodthirst in their bones would these rogue cultivators completely reveal their desperation. Then, they would be subdued and become part of his backup army. Qin Wushuang desperately needed a strong armed force now. The Fengyun continent had 3 overgods and a few hundred heavenly supreme Dao powerhouses. This kind of strength was probably the top in the entire Da Qian star zone. Therefore, Qin Wushuang knew that a team of his own was necessary to fight against this huge plane. The development of this team would ultimately determine the direction of the entire war. Little Jiang, say something, Qin Wushuang encouraged. He knew that Little Jiang was undoubtedly the weakest in the team, but his ability to use his brain was probably the best. Little Jiang scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Captain, my brother's suggestions are very exciting. However, it's not easy to implement. First of all, even if we get a large number of crystals, how are we going to leave the Black Magpie Star? Without a Overgod's flying ship, we can't leave the Black Magpie Star at all. Captain, you might be able to do it, but the few of us can't fly in the vast star zone. Although this was unpleasant to hear, it didn't offend anyone. If they wanted to fly in the vast Milky Way, there were powerful galactic cyclones, unknown flying objects, extreme impact vortexes, and all kinds of unexpected accidents. Without a 4th or 5th tribulation heavenly supreme Dao powerhouse, it was undoubtedly like a moth flying into a flame. Yes, so we have to solve the problem of leaving first. This problem is the foundation. If this foundation can't be realized, everything is just empty talk. Qin Wushuang gave Little Jiang an encouraging look and motioned for him to continue. Little Jiang immediately perked up and continued, if this foundation can be realized, the second step is to consider where we should go. How to hide our identity, change our identity, and create the illusion of death. This way, we won't be hunted down by the celestial phenomenon continent. Otherwise, if the Overgod Palace is furious and issues a Milky Way kill order, we can only run as far as we can. Little Jiang's words were very logical. The others couldn't help but nod. The third step is to find a place to settle down after we get a large number of crystals, and what do we plan to do? Do you want to continue being a rogue cultivator, or do you want to establish your own power and expand your territory? It was impossible for these rogue cultivators to not want to have their own forces and expand their territory. The problem was that the structure of celestial phenomenon continent was too stable. All the benefits had been divided up very thoroughly. It was almost impossible for the rogue cultivators to interfere. Therefore, they had no choice but to become rogue cultivators in the celestial phenomenon continent. If he had any thoughts of betrayal, it wouldn't be long before he would end up dead on the streets. This was reality. Opening up new territories. Tai Hong clenched his fists tightly. This is probably the greatest pursuit of every cultivator, right? Blackwing laughed and argued, Old Tai, I didn't expect you to have such ambition. It's a pity that the withered Pine Ridge isn't a good place. If you want to expand your territory, it's possible to expand 30 to 50 miles. Ha. Tai Hong glared at Blackwing. Blackwing, do you believe that I'll blow your head off with one punch? Blackwing smiled embarrassedly. I don't believe it. I'm the captain's soldier now. If you hit me, it's the same as hitting the captain's face. Isn't that right, Captain? Qin Wushuang laughed and said, You two, pick a time to bicker. Little Jiang, continue. Little Jiang nodded. If we want to expand our territory, We must have our own territory. There's definitely no place for us in the celestial phenomenon continent. But according to my understanding, in every starfield, there are always many uninhabited planes hidden in the nebula. We'll never be able to develop all of them. If we're lucky and can find an uninhabited plane, that would be great. Captain, that's all I can think of. Qin Wushuang laughed. What about the others? Little Jiyu, you say something too. Jiyu Feng curled his lips. You're exaggerating. Where are the crystals? I only recognize crystals. Lu Xiong couldn't help but cry out, Little Jiyu, have you never seen crystals in your previous life? Why are you talking about crystals every time you open your mouth? Are you blinded by greed? Qin Wushuang laughed and revealed a form of strong confidence from his tone. There will always be crystal stones. Qin Wushuang had reached a secret agreement with the Giant Beast clan. Being the local tyrant, of course the Giant Beast clan knew where the crystal stone mines were the most abundant. Although many of the crystal mines in the south had already been occupied by the Fengyun continent. But there were still some experts from the Fengyun continent who came to the Black Magpie Star. Other than the 20 or so Sky Supreme Dao experts who had absolute control, the other Supreme Dao experts would more or less encounter some trouble on the Black Magpie Star. Therefore, it was impossible for them to occupy all the mines on the Black Magpie Star with just a few hundred to 1,000 people. The Fengyun continent's strategy was actually very simple. It was to slowly develop and continuously excavate. Regardless of whether they could develop or not, they had to excavate all the crystal mines first. This strategy was actually very correct. After all, they were currently lacking in manpower. Everyone, please wait here for my news. Qin Wushuang left South Peace City and came to a secluded place in the southern suburbs. The Snake King, who had been in charge of contacting Qin Wushuang, had been waiting for him for a long time. Every time they met, the Snake King's respect for Qin Wushuang would increase by a few notches. It had to be said that this Lord Xinghe in front of them had shocked the 9 Beast Kings too much. Your Highness Snake King, I've already stirred up enough trouble on the Black Magpie Star. You should show some sincerity, right? The Snake King nodded and said, Lord Xinghe, our Lion King is very happy. He specially sent me to deliver 10 golden light rats to you. This is a big secret of the Giant Beast tribe. Even the experts of the Fengyun continent don't know about it. These golden light rats are the best at excavating crystal mines. Lord Xinghe, as long as you establish a master-servant contract with them, you can command them to serve you. Also, here's a map with the denser areas of crystal mines, the areas that haven't been excavated, and the areas with more complicated terrains. Please take a look. This information has cost our Lion King a lot of energy. Oh! Qin Wushuang was quite tempted. Lord Xinghe, please accept it. This is the Lion King's sincerity. Our Lion King asked me to bring a message to you. He said that he would rather give all the crystal mines on the Black Magpie Star to you than let those wolves take them. Lord Xinghe, I hope our cooperation can continue to be stable. Of course, but I'll say the ugly words first. The Black Magpie Star has to be strong. You can't rely on others to drive away those wolves. The Snake King nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Xinghe is right. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Let's not talk nonsense. Can you find an ancient passage or not? Or rather, has your Black Magpie Star ever communicated with the outside world? This is the most important thing. If the Black Magpie Star cultivators can't do it, everything will be in vain. The Snake King smiled. We're already thinking of a way. Lord Xinghe, please give us some time. Qin Wushuang smiled. I'm just worried for you. I'm from Celestial Phenomenon. When the time comes, I'll just get on the Overgod flying ship and leave. Yes, thank you for your guidance. We'll definitely get this done as soon as possible. I heard the Lion King already has some clues. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Take care of yourselves. The situation is tense. You guys should take it easy. If you're exposed, the giant beast race will be finished. As for the wandering cultivators, they can just leave. When they returned to South Peace City, everyone saw Qin Wushuang's happy expression. They asked curiously, "Captain, what's the good news? Why are you smiling?" "Yes, Captain. We've been depressed for so long. If there's any good news, please share it." Qin Wushuang smiled mysteriously. "Today, I received a gift. It's 10 earthly golden light mice. These 10 mice are experts at finding crystal stone mines." Oh! Everyone's eyes lit up. They all gathered around. "Captain, where did you get them?" "Hehe, this little guy really looks like a strange elf." Tai Hong also came over. When he saw the golden light rats, he laughed. "Hair, Black Wing, look at this little guy. He's much more handsome than you." His entire body shone with golden light. He was furry and very cute. Black Wing was extremely depressed. "Old Tai, with your looks, can we crows not laugh at pigs?" Lu Xiong chuckled and said, "Can this thing really detect crystal mines? Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try." Qin Wushuang spread out the map. "Everyone, look at the southern region. The red dots are all occupied by the Fengyun continent. The white dots are areas that produce more crystals but have not been developed yet. As for the black dots, they are unknown areas. The blue dots are very likely to produce crystal mines, but they are very dangerous. The green dots are high-risk areas." There were a lot of dots on the map. Qin Wushuang explained. "We won't be able to get anything from the red areas. The white dots have probably been designated as private land by the Fengyun continent. Although they haven't been developed yet, they should be areas that have been locked down. The black dots are unknown areas, but the Fengyun continent must have people exploring. The only places left for us are the blue and green areas. They are all high-risk areas." "Hee, high risk, high reward." Lu Xiong slapped his thigh and said straightforwardly, "Captain, in my opinion, let's go into the canyon. Look at how smooth the terrain is. There are so many blue dots. It must be an area densely packed with crystal mines. Little Lu, young people shouldn't be too impulsive." Black Wing smiled insincerely. "Old Black, are you afraid? Didn't Captain say it before? Wealth comes from danger. If we want crystals, if we want to get rich, we have to have the spirit of adventure. Otherwise, why would we leave our home? What do you think?" Qin Wushuang turned to the others and asked. "If we want to go, we'll go where no one else has gone before. We have too few people. It's not rational to go head-to-head with the Fengyun continent. In my opinion, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. At least, the Fengyun continent's exploration team might not give up the easy for the difficult." This time, Lu Tong actually put forward a more rash suggestion. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 944. Ji Feng only had one opinion, and that was crystal stones. As long as he had crystal stones, he was willing to take any risks. Tai Hong, the vice captain, also said, "Captain, since we've worked so hard to come here and have this map, it's definitely not a bad thing if we can avoid the experts of the Fengyun continent and open up another area. It's better than snatching food from the tiger's mouth." For their group of 7, the Fengyun continent was indeed a colossal existence. Qin Wushuang could see that everyone's basic thinking was that they were willing to take the risk to explore those dangerous places, but they were unwilling to encounter the experts of the Fengyun continent. This was easy to understand. After all, the overall strength of the Black Magpie Star made everyone feel that the dangers of the Black Magpie Star were limited. Once the experts of the Fengyun continent discovered them, it would be a disaster. Naturally, they knew how to choose which was more important. Qin Wushuang focused on 3 routes. The first route was in the southern wilderness, where the geographical environment was the worst. The second route was in the Southeast Sea. The third route was to the southwest Grand Canyon, where the environment was harsh and the terrain was steep. There were also all kinds of powerful creatures entrenched there. Even the giant beast clan was unable to unify this primitive land. The Grand Canyon was also known as the Cursed Fiend Land. It was a forbidden area on the entire Black Magpie Star. Even the Giant Beast clan had always prohibited their clan members from trespassing into the Cursed Fiend Land. Cursed Fiend Land? Black Wing Bat licked its sinister tongue and laughed. Captain, why don't we go? Since we're going to take the risk, we might as well go to the most dangerous place. Lu Xiong laughed. Old Black, after so long, you finally said something reasonable. Black Wing pretended to be angry. Little Lu, although we're close, be careful or I'll beat you. Vice Captain, what do you say? Qin Wushuang asked Tai Hong. This time, Tai Hong didn't disagree with Black Wing. The adventurous blood of a rogue cultivator in his bones was boiling at this time. If they were going to go, they would naturally go to the most dangerous place. Riches and honor were found in danger. The more dangerous it was, the greater the chance of riches and honor. Little Jiang, little Jiyu, what do you think? Tell me. It was rare that Jiyu Feng did not mention crystals. Let's go to sky-reaching Grand Canyon. Hee, I'll follow everyone's opinion. Little Jiang knew very well that he didn't have much say in the technical aspect. After all, he was just a follower. Yes, since everyone is of the same mind, and it's rare for our opinions to be so unified, then let's go to sky-reaching Grand Canyon. Let's see how powerful the Fiend's curse is. Qin Wushuang naturally had his reasons for supporting this choice. For Black Magpie Star to have such a forbidden area, it was obviously very strange. How mystical was this forbidden area? Thinking about the god-discarding maze in the Tianxian continent, Qin Wushuang felt that even if the Devil's Cursed Land was not of the same nature as the god-discarding maze, there must be some other mysterious places. A desire to explore prompted Qin Wushuang to choose this sky-reaching Grand Canyon. Lord Xinghe, what did you say? You chose sky-reaching Grand Canyon? This. When they met again, Qin Wushuang informed Snake King of his decision. Snake King was stunned. His tone was full of surprise. Your Highness Snake King, what's wrong with this sky-reaching Grand Canyon? Snake King's expression was still filled with extreme shock. Lord Xinghe, that place has a nickname, it's called the Devil's Cursed Land. Martial artists of Black Magpie Star have always tried to go there. However, only a few of them came back. It's already not bad if 5 out of 100 of them came back out. It's this terrifying. What's inside? No one knows. Some say that there are ferocious monsters there. Some say that there are demons that lead people astray. Some say that the Grand Sky-reaching Canyon is an illusory place that doesn't exist on planet Black Magpie. What we see is just an illusion. There are even some who say that it is a prison used to imprison devils from the Primeval Age. There are too many rumors. Snake King gave a long sigh. Lord Xinghe, if you must take the risk, why don't you choose the Southern Wasteland or the Southeast Sea? That sky-reaching Grand Canyon is truly too dangerous. Qin Wushuang smiled and kept a thought in his mind. Instead, he laughed. Your Highness Snake King, have you heard of this saying? Wealth comes from danger. We came here to ask for crystals and wealth. We are not afraid of taking risks, but we want to know if there are any Deluo crystals in that place. Snake King stammered, there are Deluo crystals. Our Goldlight Mouse went in to investigate and confirmed that there are Deluo crystals there, and it's quite abundant. Then we'll go there. Your Highness Snake King, please tell His Majesty Lion King that we only want crystals. Your Giant Beast clan should hurry up. Snake King was submissive and suddenly asked, Lord Xinghe, when do you plan to leave? Anytime. Lord Xinghe, please wait for a while. I'll go back and ask His Majesty Lion King. Perhaps His Majesty Lion King can draw you a route that can avoid the experts of the Fengyun continent. Snake King did not speak in detail, but his eyes were full of anticipation. Qin Wushuang thought for a moment. All right, I'll wait 7 days. Give me a reply after 7 days. Snake King quickly nodded. Thank you, Lord Xinghe. I'll go back and report to His Majesty Lion King. In the Giant Beast clan's 9-beast Great Hall, Snake King recounted Qin Wushuang's choice in full detail. All the other Beast Kings had grave expressions on their faces. Lion King slowly asked, Lord Xinghe, what else did he say? Snake King carefully repeated Qin Wushuang's words. Lion King muttered, what is Lord Xinghe's intention for making such a choice? Your Majesty, could it be that Lord Xinghe really knows the secret of the Pantheon Temple? That's why he chose the sky-reaching canyon? Impossible. He's just a foreign itinerant cultivator. How long has he been here? How could he know the secret of that place? Moreover, even if he knows, why would he dare to offend the fiend Curseland? I'm guessing that it's precisely because he doesn't know, that's why he wants to challenge that damned place. Lion King appeared very anxious. Although Lord Xinghe is strong, if he were to charge into the fiend Curseland, what's the difference between that and suicide? From their current point of view, they already regarded Qin Wushuang as an ally. Naturally, they didn't want Qin Wushuang to take such risks. Is it just for the crystals? For the crystals, although our giant beast clan isn't rich, we can still give him some. Wolf King muttered to himself. This Lord Xinghe is different from the rest. Snake King had dealt with Qin Wushuang many times and knew more about him. Your Majesty Lion King, what should we do? Should we let Lord Xinghe go, or should we go together? Although the legend of the Pantheon Temple is said to be an ancient legend and a legend of the curse, our Black Magpie Star's tragic fate is already set in stone. We might as well boldly pursue a change. Poverty leads to change, and change leads to success. Perhaps there will be an unexpected gain. That's right. If it's a curse, then so be it. Your Majesty, if we just sit here and wait for death, I'd rather be cursed and die in the sky-reaching canyon. That way, even if I die, I'll be able to face my ancestors. It's better than sitting here and waiting to die. Your Majesty, why don't we go together? The Beast Kings also expressed their opinions. Each of them was an unruly king. After being enslaved for so long, the rebellious feeling in their bones had suppressed their emotions for too long. Once they burst out at this moment, there was a kind of spirit that said, I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Go together? Lion King asked sternly. Your Majesty, make a decision. Eagle King suddenly said, even if we want to go to the sky-reaching canyon, we can't go together. If the 9 Beast Kings disappear together, it will arouse suspicion. Lion King nodded. Eagle King is right. Even if we want to go, we can't all go together. Does Eagle King have any good ideas? Your Majesty, do you think we can do this? 2 of the 9 Beast Kings will stay here to guard the gate and deal with the experts of the Foamune continent. If they ask, we can say that the other 7 Beast Kings are in seclusion to cultivate a divine ability. It will take 10 to 100 years. Lion King muttered, this idea is not bad. Even if the Foamune continent wants to use us, they can't completely fall out with us. If we say that we are in seclusion, they can't drag us out, right? They won't take this risk. Without our beast clan, their efficiency of extracting crystals will be reduced by at least half. Then who will stay? Wolf King suddenly asked this sensitive question. To be honest, everyone wanted to go to the sky-reaching canyon. Although it was full of danger, they preferred to work hard and try instead of staying in their own territory and being bullied by others. Receiving those fellows from the Foamune continent was not a good job. This will require everyone to recommend themselves. Lion King chuckled as he scanned the crowd. Seeing that no one made a sound, he could only call out names. Snow Martin, you are meticulous and calm. Plus, your gender is easier to talk to. How about you stay? Snow Martin King was helpless. Since Lion King had spoken, he naturally could not disobey. Don't look at me. Haha, I, Old Bear, must go. I won't stay here either. Wolf King continued. Elephant King's huge target was locked onto by Lion King's gaze. He smiled bitterly. It can't be me, right? The other Beast Kings laughed. It will be you. Elephant, your body is huge. If you go to the sky-reaching canyon, you will be easily recognized. Who asked you to be such a big target? Elephant King frowned. This is the reason why I will stay. All the Beast Kings laughed and said, Elephant King, you are naturally steady. Staying here will not be a bad thing. Our tempers are not good. If we fall out, it will be troublesome. You mean, I am suitable to be a punching bag? Elephant King muttered helplessly. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidien.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 945. The flames of war on Black Magpie Star were getting more and more intense. Many large-scale battles had already occurred in different battlefields, different regions, and different scales. The flames of war had already gradually developed in the direction of losing control. In a certain stronghold in the south, in a temporarily built but large-scale metal castle, a sixth tribulation heavenly supreme Tao elite, high-level heavenly god Naboxon, had a very bad expression. A month had already passed, and there was still no news of Lin Jingfeng. Although Naboxon was a high-level heavenly god, his status in Fengyun continent was second only to the three sovereigns. But in the face of such a major event, he did not dare to be negligent. In this 1 month, he had sent out many experts to investigate everywhere, trying to find some clues. But the result made him feel very pained. It could be said that there was no news at all. Sir, could young Master Jingfeng have returned to Fengyun continent through the teleportation formation? A subordinate asked carefully. Naboxon snorted coldly. Only you can think of that. Jingfeng is not a child. If he wanted to return to Fengyun continent, how could he not inform us? Besides, Lord Sovereign sent him to Black Magpie Star to train. What reason is there for him to leave right after arriving? The person who spoke had a look of shame on his face. He was just short of finding a hole to crawl into. The other experts were frowning. Clearly, they were also very worried about this matter. Naboxon sighed. Have you found out any news from Celestial Phenomenon Continent? Sir, Celestial Phenomenon Continent did not send any experts from the main God Palace this time. Although those sent are not bad, their strength is far from ours. Looks like it's time for us to teach them a lesson. I can guarantee that young Master Jingfeng's disappearance is definitely related to Celestial Phenomenon Continent. They can't beat us openly, so they used underhanded method. Young Master Jingfeng has a sovereign weapon protecting him, but he actually disappeared so thoroughly. I even suspect that the opponent is a 5th or 6th tribulation high-level heavenly god. Naboxon nodded. To subdue Jingfeng, without a 5th tribulation heavenly supreme Tao, it is absolutely impossible to do it so silently. Looking at the scene, Jingfeng did not put up much resistance. I did not even feel his attack waves. But that enemy still had some residual attack waves. But that guy is very cunning. He deliberately stirred up the void and chaotic airflow. There is no way to investigate at all. Sir, what should we do? Should we report it to the Wind Sovereign? If this drags on for too long, under the wrath of the Wind Master God, none of us will be able to escape punishment. No way, no way. If we were to inform the Wind Master God, wouldn't that just be courting death? Lord Wind Master God is the most protective of his disciples. Now that his disciples have gone missing, none of us will be able to escape. Some people supported it, while others opposed it. However, without exception, all of them were filled with an extreme fear towards the Wind Master God. This included Naboxon, a 6th tribulation celestial god expert. One must know that the Fengyun continent was nominally home to 3 sovereigns. However, everyone knew that the Wind Master God possessed absolute authority. As for Lin Jingfeng, he was the chosen successor of the Wind Master God. A genius that only appears once in 100,000 years. Such a person had mysteriously disappeared. Just the thought of how enraged the Wind Master God General would be was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Nabo Zun suppressed his emotions and ordered, investigate, continue investigating. We'll investigate for another month. If there's no news, we'll report it to the Overlord. Sir, in my opinion, we can report this to the Thunder Master God first. The Thunder Master God empathizes with us and might come here to help us investigate. Given the mystic skills of the Thunder Master God, he'll definitely be able to find out the whereabouts of young Master Jingfeng. Whether he's dead or alive, With the Thunder Master God around, we'll have a pillar of support. If things get really bad, the Thunder Master God will be able to put in a few good words for us, right? If the Wind Master God were to fly into a rage, perhaps only the other two sovereigns would have the rights to dissuade him and speak up. This suggestion was rather tempting for Nebo-Zun. In the past, the Thunder Master God was just like him, a sixth tribulation celestial god. In fact, they were even good brothers who had charged into the battlefield together. The Thunder Master God could be considered as someone who was more amiable. On account of the old ties between these old brothers, there was a high chance that the Thunder Master God would step in. Sir, let's report this to the Thunder Master God. One could tell that the Thunder Master God held a rather high position in the hearts of these people. Nebo-Zun nodded his head. We'll do as everyone says. Let's inform the Thunder Master God first. Don't mention anything about Lin Jingfeng. Tell him that there are powerful beings from the celestial phenomenon continent invading the front lines. Let's invite the Thunder Master God over to preside over the situation. Sir, if we do that, won't the Wind and Cloud Master gods be lured over as well? Nebo-Zun shook his head. The Wind and Cloud Master gods spend most of their time in seclusion right now. They won't be involved in ordinary affairs. Right now, the Thunder Master God is the Master God who is in charge of the most mundane affairs. All right, we'll do as you say, sir. Nebo-Zun nodded his head. Also, go and get the Lion King of the colossal beast race here. Have him mobilize the might of 1,000,000 beasts to search for the culprit. Sir, the colossal beast race has some issues with us ordering them around all the time. The colossal beast race had suffered quite a huge loss during the previous beast stampede. If we were to ask them to mobilize the beast stampede this time around, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? I'm afraid that their emotions will rebound. What's the colossal beast race? The reason why we're being so courteous right now is because they still have some value to us. If they can't even be used for this bit of value, what's the point of keeping them around? In the eyes of powerful beings like Nebo-Zun, the colossal beast race was nothing more than a bunch of chess pieces. In his eyes, the beast hordes of the colossal beast race were just symbols, not living beings. This was the condescending attitude of powerful beings. Looking down on life and death, it was as though everything was right and proper in his eyes. 3 days later, the messenger sent to the colossal beast race returned. Sir, out of the 9 beast kings of the colossal beast race, other than the Elephant King and the Ferret King, the other 7 beast kings have all gone into seclusion for a period of time. They seem to be cultivating some sort of incredible mystic skill. I've already brought the Ferret King over. Seclusion. Nebo-Zun laughed out mockingly. Just those pieces of trash. Seclusion for a few thousand years is nothing much. Let the Ferret King in. The Ferret King walked on the stone steps of the castle, trying his best to calm down his nervous emotions. At the same time, he was thinking about how he should answer the question. Summon, Ferret King. A deafening voice and a powerful aura emanated out from within. The Ferret King's heart skipped a beat as he walked in slowly. Ferret King pays his respects to Sir Nebo-Zun. Where's the Lion King? Why did he send a woman like you here? Sir, the Lion King and the other beast kings went into seclusion to cultivate a beast race mystic skill half a month ago. At least 10 years, at most 100 years, they will come out. 10 years or 100 years. Nebo-Zun sneered. Who allowed them to go into seclusion for 10 years or 100 years? How many 10 years or 100 years do they have? The Ferret King shivered again, but did not answer. He knew that a furious Nebo-Zun could not be provoked. Especially from his tone, he could not be provoked. Ferret, my sir can allow your colossal beast race to exist, but he can also destroy your colossal beast race at any time. Don't forget that your colossal beast race can continue to develop steadily because of my sir's benevolence. To put it bluntly, the life and death of these beast kings of your colossal beast race is decided by my sir. If they go into seclusion without my sir's permission, how can they go into seclusion? The Ferret King was silent, but in his heart, he was cursing these bandits. Sure enough, this was the logic of bandits. Let them come out of seclusion immediately. If they don't need to come out. Nebo Zun said indifferently. In addition, I need your million beast race to gather and investigate the whereabouts of young Master Lin Jingfeng. The Ferret King said stutteringly, Sir, the Lion King and the others are in seclusion. We don't know the exact location of their seclusion. We want to contact them, but we can't. Nebo Zun suddenly laughed strangely, staring at the Ferret King, and said coldly, Ferret King, although I don't kill women, I don't mind killing a beastman like you, even though you are a woman in name. Do you think I'm an idiot to talk such nonsense in front of me? Seclusion is such a big matter, how can you not know the location? The Ferret King said helplessly, Sir, if there's anything, I can also help you. Our million colossal beast race will also listen to your orders. Nebo Zun was about to say something when suddenly, a voice ran in from outside the tent and whispered in Nebo Zun's ear. Nebo Zun's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand impatiently. Go back first and wait for orders. The Ferret King had not expected that Nebo Zun would let her go at this moment. Even though her heart was filled with doubts, she did not dare to show it. Hurry, everyone. Get ready. Be alert. Follow me to the teleportation formation to welcome the arrival of Lord Thunder. Lord Thunder Master God is here already. Not bad for the Lord Master God. His efficiency is really high. The Thunder Master God had a towering figure with an extremely ferocious face. His robes were embroidered with all sorts of runes. His entire being was just like a bolt of lightning, filled with an imposing aura. His footsteps were even like meteors. The way he walked gave off an extraordinary aura of a superior being. Your subordinate, Nebo Zun, pays his respects to the Thunder Master God. Nebo Zun was extremely respectful. Even though they were old brothers in the past, now that the other party had ascended to become a Master God, he was his immediate superior. Nebo Zun did not dare to be negligent in the slightest bit. The Thunder Master God's face was a little worried as he waved his hand. Nebo, don't play these empty words with me. Tell me, did anything happen? Sweeping his gaze across the entire place, the Thunder Master God's brows suddenly froze up. Where's Jingfeng? Nebo Zun had not expected that the first thing the Thunder Master God asked about would be Lin Jingfeng. Nebo Zun smiled bitterly. Thunder Master God, please come into the tent for a chat. To be honest, the reason why I've invited Lord Thunder Master God here this time around is because of young Master Jingfeng. What happened to Jingfeng? Is he injured? Or is there something else? The Thunder Master God could not help but ask. Everyone knew that right now, Lin Jingfeng was already being groomed like a successor. If anything were to happen to Lin Jingfeng, it would definitely have a huge impact on the future plans of the Wind Cloud continent. And, the Wind Master God had always been the most protective of his disciples. If he were to find out that something had happened to his favorite disciple, only the heavens knew how he would end up with a calamity. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please visit www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 946. Within the tent, the Thunder Master God had already lost his temper thrice. Each time, he was more ferocious than the previous one, and his roars were even louder than the spring thunder. Foolish, foolish. Napo, you've really handled this matter in a rather foolish manner. At this moment, the Thunder Master God did not give any face in the slightest bit as he reprimanded Napo Zun in front of so many of his subordinates. Clearly, his rage had reached an extreme as well. Napo Zun's face was filled with misery, looking just like a grandson as he kept silent. In his heart, he knew that the reason why the Thunder Master God was willing to reprimand him right now was because the Thunder Master God still viewed him as a brother. If the Thunder Master God were to reject this matter with all sorts of excuses, he would be in deep trouble. If even the Thunder Master God, who was the closest to him, did not stand up for him, once the Wind Master God was enraged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bloody hell. Just what in the world is going on in your heads? Is it *T or brain matter? Napo Zun, let me ask you this. When Lin Jingfeng was cultivating in seclusion, you didn't even assign a few protectors to him? Napo Zun's face was sullen. Lord Thunder, you know the temper of young Master Jingfeng. If I were to assign protectors, he would be unhappy instead. Furthermore, the strongest cultivator on this Black Magpie star is merely at the peak of the true Supreme Tao. We had always thought that it was extremely safe for young Master Jingfeng to cultivate in seclusion there. Furthermore, he even has a Master God weapon in his hands. Speaking of which, he was filled with grievances as well. However, this was not the time for grievances at all. Even if he were to be wronged, no one would listen to his explanations. The most direct reality was that Lin Jingfeng had gone missing under his care. As for those reasons and excuses, even if he could say them, the Wind Master God would have to be willing to listen. The Thunder Master God sighed. The fact that you did not assign any protectors is already very foolish. What's even more foolish is the fact that you only gave me news after he went missing for an entire month. If this had just happened, I would have been able to find some clues with my Master God consciousness. But now, what do you guys want me to do? Napo Zun's face was sullen. Lord Thunder, is there really no other way? Way. The best time to think of a way has already been squandered by you guys. Let me think about it. There was a moment of silence. After an unknown amount of time, the Thunder Master God sighed out. I've tried to sense for a bit, but I can no longer sense startled Wind's aura of the Divine Tao. As for the Meteor Hammer Master weapon that he's using, there's no response at all. Kill and steal, kill and steal. That sovereign artifact has most likely been snatched away. Young Master Jingfeng is dead. Napo Zun's face suddenly darkened, as if the sky was about to collapse. I didn't say that he's definitely dead. Perhaps his soul had been sealed by someone, or perhaps he was being controlled by someone. Of course, perhaps something had already happened to him. Right now, nothing was certain. Tell me, do you have any suspects? Napo Zun said, we've investigated and collected evidence. We feel that there's an 80 to 90% chance that this was done by the experts of Celestial Phenomenon Continent. Is this the only direction of suspicion? There are some in other directions, but there aren't many footholds. Tell me all about it. The Thunder Master God waved his hand. Another suspect is the Beast Kings of the Giant Beast Clan. You've been in seclusion recently, but it seems like you're avoiding me on purpose. Do those Beast Kings have the strength to injure Jingfeng? The Thunder Master God felt that this was somewhat inconceivable. Jingfeng's mystic skills can't be compared to yours, but he has a sovereign artifact protecting him. Didn't you say that those beast clans don't even have heavenly supreme Tao? How much of a celestial phenomenon continent can they have? There's another possibility, which is an unknown external force. This is a force that has hidden themselves really well. By striking out at this moment to deal with Jingfeng, they're intentionally interfering with our trial and instigating a large-scale massacre with Celestial Phenomenon Continent. They're the ones who are waiting to reap the benefits. Yes, this direction of suspicion is still rather reliable. However, you guys have been here for 10 years now. Don't you guys know if there are any hidden external forces? Lord Thunder, we've always been keeping an eye on the movements of the Milky Way. If there were any external invading forces, we would usually be able to detect them. But for Celestial Phenomenon Continent to come here, it seems as though someone is intentionally escorting them. Even though we could vaguely sense that something was amiss, we did not know their itinerary. And because of that, we were truly made a fool out of by those B** stars of Celestial Phenomenon Continent. The Thunder Master God took a moment to digest everything before saying, don't spread the news of my arrival here for now. I'll head over to the camp of Celestial Phenomenon Continent tomorrow. Check it out. Now that a Master God was making a move, it was naturally far from ordinary. But, to the Thunder Master God's surprise, he had paid close attention to every single one of those groups from Celestial Phenomenon Continent. To think that he could not find a single one of them who had dealt with Lin Jingfeng. How could this be? Could it be that this wasn't done by the people of Celestial Phenomenon Continent? Even Napo Zun felt a chill run down his spine. If this wasn't done by the people of Celestial Phenomenon Continent, then the recent 2 months of chaotic battles would have been way too unjust. Now that both sides were at war with dozens of powerful beings dead, the seeds of hatred had already been planted. Even if they wanted to stop, it would be extremely difficult. However, the Thunder Master God shook his head. The number of groups that I've investigated is only 16. Based on the content of their conversations, I deduced that there were 20 of them in the first batch. What about the other 4? They must have perished in the chaotic battles, right? Napo Zun replied carefully. How do you know that they've perished? Have you investigated it before? The Thunder Master God asked indifferently. Napo Zun was speechless for a moment. He truly had not investigated it before. Without investigating, he had no right to speak. Lord Thunder, what should we do next then? I'll continue investigating. Time is of the essence. The main god palace of Celestial Phenomenon Continent seems to have sent a master god over to hold the fort as well. This black magpie star is going to get lively. The Thunder Master God sighed out gently. That look of worry between his brows was written all over his face. Even if a master god were to come from Celestial Phenomenon Continent, he would not be too worried. Between the master gods, they would keep one another in check and would not strike out easily. What he was more worried about was Lin Jingfeng. If Lin Jingfeng could not be found, that would be the most fatal blow to the Wind Cloud continent. One must know that the Wind Master God had never once considered a second candidate for his successor. Lin Jingfeng was being groomed as the undisputed successor. But now, that successor had gone missing. There was no news at all. Even someone as strong as the Thunder Master God felt a sense of helplessness. He knew that whether or not he could find Lin Jingfeng right now was no longer something that he could do. He could only leave it up to the heavens. Napo, you said that the Beast King of the colossal beast race is in seclusion. What's going on with that? Napo Zun explained the situation once more before adding, Lord Thunder, this is way too fishy. I've been here for more than 10 years now, and the 9 Beast Kings have not gone into seclusion at all. But now that something has happened to Jingfeng, they claim that they are in seclusion. I'm really suspecting if Jingfeng's disappearance has anything to do with them. Do you think that those Beast Kings of the true Supreme Tao can do anything to Jingfeng who possesses a Master God weapon? The Thunder Master God asked indifferently. In terms of strength, they definitely can't do anything to young Master Jingfeng. But, does that colossal beast race have any hidden strength? Or do they have any other capabilities? The Thunder Master God nodded his head in a rare moment before muttering, if that's the case, let's make a trip to the old lair of the colossal beast race. When the Giant Elephant King and the Snow Martin King heard that Lord Napo Zun had come personally, they were secretly startled as they reminded themselves to be careful. Snow Martin, I asked you to get the Lion King and the others to come out of seclusion previously. Where are they? Napo Zun's face was enraged. The Snow Martin King replied carefully, the Lion King and the others are only in seclusion in 3 directions. Southeast, southwest, and south. As for where they have gone to, I truly have no idea. If they knew, why would they hide it from me? This time around, the Thunder Master had retracted his mystic skills and was here as Napo Zun's follower. He looked at the Snow Martin King coldly. Clearly, he wanted to use his unparalleled mystic skills to peer into the heart of the Snow Martin King. Are these words true or false? The Thunder Master God sent a telepathic message to Napo Zun. Napo Zun hollered out, Snow Martin King, you're being vague with your words. Are you hiding some ulterior motive? Tell me, are you guys responsible for the disappearance of young Master Jingfeng? The Snow Martin King cried out in grievance, Sir, the few of us don't have much mystic skills. Young Master Jingfeng should be at least a heavenly supreme Tao powerful being, right? What can we do to him? This is way too unfair. The Giant Elephant King replied bitterly as well, Lord Napo, if we could deal with young Master Jingfeng, would we still be here waiting for you guys to interrogate us? We would have fled long ago. The Thunder Master God observed with a cold gaze. These 2 Beast Kings were indeed not the ones who would deal with Jingfeng. However, judging from their tone, it seemed as though they knew some inside information. Immediately, he sent a telepathic message to Napo Zun. Napo Zun was taken aback. Naturally, he had to dig deeper. Snow Martin, even if the matter of Jingfeng has nothing to do with you guys, I can tell from your eyes that you guys know some inside information, don't you? The Snow Martin King put on a long face. Inside information? Right now, as long as one is a cultivator, they would know that the one who dealt with young Master Jingfeng might be a powerful being from the celestial phenomenon continent. Aren't the two of you in the midst of a lawsuit? The Thunder Master God shook his head gently. Seemed like this Snow Martin King would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. These words of his were getting more and more exaggerated. Napo, there's no need to ask. I'll search their souls directly. The Thunder Master God suddenly stood up and walked over to the Snow Martin King with a dark gaze. The Snow Martin King was shocked. Search their souls? If they had such a mystic skill and their souls were searched, all of the secrets of the colossal beast race would be exposed. He barked out furiously, Lord Napo, who is this man? My colossal beast race has been working hard for you guys all this while. In the end, this is the outcome? Napo Zun scoffed coldly, who asked you guys to resist so stubbornly? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The Snow Martin King yelled out, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated, Lord Napo Zun. You guys want to search my soul? That's the greatest humiliation of all. I'd rather die than submit. That's not up to you, right? The Thunder Master God scoffed coldly. The Snow Martin King suddenly laughed out maniacally. At most, I'll just protect my own soul. You can come and search all you want. I'll protect my own soul. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least injure you. Come on, search. At most, we'll just die together. Injure him? Do you know who this lord is? Napo Zun smiled contemptuously. The Elephant King howled out, Lord Napo Zun, you guys are forcing us again and again. Are you really going to force us to die together? Right now, a beast stampede of millions has already been formed. Since you guys are being so unreasonable, let's just go our separate ways then. You guys are powerful beings and are not afraid of the beast stampede. Let's see if the rest of you from the Windcloud continent are afraid of the beast stampede. Since you're going to die either way, you might as well die standing up and die with a backbone. If you want to know what happens next, please visit www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 947. The situation was in a stalemate. With the ferocity of the Elephant King and Ferret King, the moment the bloodthirst of the colossal beast race was ignited, even someone as strong as Napo Zun could not hold back anymore. Napo Zun barked out coldly, audacious. This Lord Thunder is a mighty master god. Clowns like you dare to act so insolently before a master god. Master god? The Elephant King and Ferret King exchanged glances with a hint of worry in their eyes. However, they were of the same mind as they yelled out, so what if he's a master god? Our strength is not comparable to a master god, and we can't even deal with you, Lord Napo Zun. However, the millions of us of the colossal beast race can destroy the entire Black Magpie Star. You guys have plundered the Black Magpie Star and invaded it. If you don't give us a way out, then we'll all perish together. The Elephant King's tone was filled with a hint of madness. The Thunder Master God frowned. The strength of these two Beast Kings was nothing more than a joke in his eyes. Even if they were to self-destruct their souls, there was no way they could hurt his body of a Master God. However, the moment these Beast Kings self-destructed their souls, the situation of the entire colossal beast race might spiral out of control. The impact of the millions of beasts of the colossal beast race was shocking. Once this beast horde went out of control, even if he were a master god, he might not be able to control all of them at once. The moment the beast horde went out of control, the consequences would be horrifying. The repercussions would be that the other sects of the Black Magpie Star would follow suit and cause trouble. By then, the manpower of the Windcloud continent might not be able to control the situation at all. Compared to the hundreds of millions of native cultivators, Thousands of them were just a drop in the ocean. Even though they were all powerful deity state powerful beings, there was no way a hero could take on so many people at once. Once a chaotic battle broke out, other than those few heavenly supreme Tao powerful beings, most of the powerful beings might not even have a chance of escaping. When Nebo Zun caught sight of the Thunder Master God's face, he knew that the latter was truly enraged. Destruction of jade and common stone. What a good destruction of jade and common stone. The Thunder Master God spoke up indifferently, both of you beast kings, it's easy to get hot-headed in a moment of passion. Even if the entire Black Magpie star were to self-destruct, so what? How much can it affect our wind cloud continent? If you self-destruct, you'll be destroyed. Without Black Magpie star, we can always find another. As for you guys, you have nothing. The Elephant King and the Snow Marten King's eyes were filled with caution. He was not moved by these words. If you're sure that you're innocent, the soul search won't affect you at all. The fact that you're so resistant makes me feel that you're hiding something. How about this? Where did the other 7 beast kings go? Have them come out and confront them one by one. Let's forget about searching his divine soul. How about that? The Thunder Master God suppressed his rage and weighed the pros and cons before making a compromise. The Snow Marten King refused to budge. We've already made things very clear. The Lion King and the others only went in those 3 directions. We don't know where exactly they went. The face of the Thunder Master God turned frosty as he glared at the 2 beast kings. He nodded lightly and said, All right. Let's stop here for today. Napo, let's go. Napoleon was stunned. He left just like that. Wasn't it too easy for these uncivilized fellows? Lord Lei, are we just going to let it go like this? Naboxon was unwilling to give up. He muttered along the way, look at them. They must be hiding something. Don't be hasty, Napo. These 2 fellows are stubborn. We've got to find a breakthrough. Jingfeng's disappearance might not have been done by them, but there must be more to it. I'm guessing that there might be other shadows behind this matter. Lord, you mean to say, the Thunder Master God waved it off. Let's head back first. I'll think about it later. The defenses of this 9-beast palace are still passable. But, if I want to come and find out something, it shouldn't be an issue. Naboxon's heart skipped a beat as his eyes revealed a relieved smile. You continue to investigate and expand your influence. Confuse the colossal beast race and I'll work in the dark. Remember, don't alert the colossal beast race. In the depths of the sky-reaching Grand Canyon, the group led by Qin Wushuang and the 7 beast kings had already ventured deep into this place known as the Cursed Land of the Evil Demons. After half a month's journey, they had only ventured a few thousand miles deep. Indeed, as the outside world had said, this sky-reaching Grand Canyon was filled with dangers. Along the way, all sorts of unknown attacks occurred at a high frequency. However, there were heavenly supreme Tao powerful beings holding the fort after all. Even though they were attacked frequently, no one was left behind during the journey. The 10 Earth Spirit golden light rats that were sent out had all brought back good news. This sky-reaching Grand Canyon could be said to be filled with crystal stone mines. There was a crystal stone mine a few hundred miles away that was rich in mineral resources. The only drawback was that the mineral resources were way too remote and difficult to develop. The steep terrain coupled with the frightening legends of the region itself had caused the various factions of the Black Magpie Star to be unable to develop this place on a large scale. Haha. Party leader, we're rich. Lu Xiong let out a low growl. His tone was filled with excitement as he gripped his fists tightly. Qin Wushuang shook his head. Calm down, calm down. Right now, we can only see these crystal stone mines but not dig them out. If we want to develop these crystal stones in large batches, we won't be able to do it with just the manpower we have. As he said that, Qin Wushuang's gaze rested on the 7 beast kings. The breathing of the 7 beast kings was hurried as well. Even as the landlords of the Black Magpie Star, they could not help but feel giddy at the sight of such a large area of crystal stone mines. Who would have thought that the sky-reaching Grand Canyon would be so rich in crystal stone mines? In the past, without a heavenly supreme Tao expert leading the way, the local cultivators of the Black Magpie Star would most likely lose their lives in the sky-reaching Grand Canyon. But this time, although there were many twists and turns in the journey, overall, it was still considered smooth sailing. Lord Xinghe, what do you mean? The Lion King asked cautiously. Qin Wushuang said calmly, if we want to develop these crystal stone mines, it's impossible without tens of thousands of people. In the southern part of the Black Magpie Star, only the giant beast clan has such a great appeal. Qin Wushuang was telling the truth, but the giant beast clan obviously had their own difficulties. Lord Xinghe, it's very difficult to gather tens of thousands of people all at once without being noticed by the Fengyun continent. It was impossible for the Lion King not to be tempted when he saw so many crystal stones. In the past, although the major factions of the Black Magpie Star knew that crystal stones were very helpful for cultivation, very few people knew that crystal stones had other uses. After all, not all crystal stones were suitable for cultivation. However, after the bandits of the Fengyun continent rushed in, they found out that crystal stones of the Black Magpie Star were very valuable. Therefore, the Lion King was very tempted by the crystal stone mines. Now, he was troubled by how to mobilize tens of thousands of people. This was very difficult. Qin Wushuang nodded. Let's not be anxious first. Let's spend another half a month to explore the crystal stone mines that are relatively easy to develop and have a relatively high yield. Then, we'll think about developing them. This idea was unanimously approved. After all, mobilizing people was not something that could be done in a day. It was impossible for a group of 10,000 people to rush in all at once. They had to break up the hole and slowly infiltrate. The Lion King's mouth twitched as if he had something to say. He opened his mouth and swallowed the words he wanted to say. Lion King, what do you want to say? The black-winged bat on the side smiled sinisterly. The Lion King glanced at the black-winged bat. He knew that this monster's strength was definitely not inferior to his. He smiled. Let's talk about it later. Qin Wushuang said seriously, Your Majesty Lion King, if you have any secrets or heard any bad rumors about the sky-reaching canyon, you must tell us. Don't be rash and accidentally enter a place that you shouldn't enter. It'll be too late for regrets. There was some hesitation in the Lion King's eyes. He exchanged glances with the other 6 Beast Kings. The other 6 Beast Kings nodded in agreement. The Lion King carefully said, Lord Xinghe, there is a rumor that we shouldn't hide from you. But it's too mysterious. We don't dare to confirm whether it's true or not. This unexpected news caused Qin Wushuang's eyebrows to twitch slightly. It's like this. The Lion King no longer hesitated and told them the rumor of the Pantheon Temple in full detail. Without a doubt, this heavy news also made Qin Wushuang dumbstruck. While the other members were speechless for a long time. Lion King, don't tell me you feel that the journey is too lonely and made up a story for us to listen to. The black-winged bat muttered. It's absolutely true. Lord Xinghe, we've already told you everything. There's no hiding at all. We're now friends on the same boat. Pantheon Temple? The ancient place where demons are imprisoned? So it's called the Cursed Land of Demons? Qin Wushuang ruminated over the information. Any one of them was so shocking. Shocking news. Although the Snake King had mentioned it to Qin Wushuang before, the Snake King only said that it was the sky-reaching canyon and did not mention anything about the Pantheon Temple. In this case, the Pantheon Temple was the key. The sky-reaching canyon stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was both real and illusory. They were now only in an area of 10,000 miles. To put it bluntly, they were only cruising around the periphery. The real threat had not arrived yet. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang's expression became complicated. Based on his observation of the sky-reaching canyon, this place was indeed full of strangeness. This strangeness was even more profound than the god-discarding maze in the Tianxian land. Could it really be the place where demons were imprisoned in the immemorial universe? If that was the case, certainly there would be a passage to leave this place, for the immemorial elite warriors, Opening the passage between heaven and earth was just a casual thing. If they could truly find the Pantheon Temple, perhaps there would be other fortuitous opportunities inside. Clearly, Qin Wushuang's 6 teammates were moved. Vividly, from the Lion King's words, they had caught an opportunity. With their sensitive sense of smell and the keen sense of adventure of freelance martial artists, they realized that this was an opportunity. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 948. Captain, what should we do? Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Wushuang, waiting for Qin Wushuang to make a decision. If there was such a shocking rumor about the sky-reaching canyon, then these crystal mines and what not were nothing in comparison. At this moment, the Lion King received a message. Your Majesty, things are not good. The Ferret King said. The Fengyun continent is already suspecting us and almost started a divine soul search on us. Their master god is here. I think is called the Thunder Master God or something. The Lion King's divine soul tensed up. Speak clearly. Every single detail. The Snow Marten King recounted the situation in detail. After the Lion King received the exact information, his expression was solemn as he ordered, "Wait a moment. I'll ask Lord Xinghe." He recounted the situation to Qin Wushuang again. Everyone at the scene was shocked. So fast. The Master God is coming personally. Has the Fengyun continent gone mad? Captain, the Master God is coming personally. We're in big trouble. Qin Wushuang was silent. After pondering for a moment, a deep light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Don't be impatient. The Master God's arrival is expected. They didn't perform a divine soul search on the Ferret King and the Elephant King. Why is that? There must be something that they're afraid of. Maybe they're afraid of incurring the wrath of the giant beast clan? They must be afraid that the beast kings will resist stubbornly to the end and self-destruct their divine souls. They won't be able to get any benefits. After all, the Fengyun continent only sent a few hundred to 1,000 people. It's not enough to control the situation of the entire Black Magpie Star. In my opinion, this Master God is not simple. With the Master God's power, he didn't use force but used a roundabout method. This shows that this Master God is a very scary guy. Little Jiang's analysis was very organized. Qin Wushuang nodded. That's right. Even the Master God is wary of the Black Magpie Star. They can't be rude and unreasonable all the way. If deterrence doesn't work, they must use a soft strategy. I suspect that his next step will be to tempt me with benefits. They even secretly eavesdropped on the conversation between the Ferret King and the Elephant King. At this point, Qin Wushuang shouted, "Lion King, quickly inform the Ferret King and the Elephant King. When they talk, they must not discuss any real information." If possible, he wanted to divert the topic as far away as possible. He wanted to show that the giant beast clan was innocent and indignant. When discussing the whereabouts of the other beast kings, they could be vague. When necessary, let them mobilize some beast herds and divide them into the southeast, southwest, and south regions to confuse their eyes and ears. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, everyone nodded and said, "Captain's words make sense. So what if he was a chief god? Let's do the same to him and make him dizzy." Qin Wushuang said seriously, "Everyone, there's no need to investigate these crystal mines anymore. Let's go around them and ignore them. I'm guessing that there must be more exciting places waiting for us in the depths of the canyon." Everyone's blood boiled as they nodded. Yes, let's go deeper." Qin Wushuang's gaze was deep as he slowly swept his gaze across everyone. "Everyone, I'll say the ugly words first. According to my experience, if this canyon really has primordial legends and the situation is true, the deeper you go, the greater the danger. Are you sure you're all willing to go?" Everyone nodded in agreement very readily, without even the slightest hesitation. Everyone knew that this was a huge opportunity in front of them. The primordial shrine, even a little opportunity, was enough for them to benefit greatly. As itinerant cultivators, taking risks was a common thing. They were not afraid of taking risks, they were only afraid of not having a chance. In the celestial phenomenon continent, even if an opportunity appeared, most of the benefits were scooped up by those giant sects. What was left for them were the leftovers. Now, there was a huge opportunity in front of them. They had a chance to drink the soup, how could they not be moved? Lion King, what do you say? The 7 Beast Kings nodded, their tone resolute. We'll listen to Lord Xinghe. Lord Xinghe said it well. Wealth comes from danger. Rather than being their slaves, even if we die in this cursed land, at least we won't die unjustly. Qin Wushuang nodded. All right, since everyone has the same idea, let's hurry up. We'll ignore all the crystal mines along the way. Lion King, should we inform Snow Ferret and Elephant to meet up with us? Snake King couldn't help but ask. If they come too, then we don't want our foundations. The situation is critical now. Foundations and whatnot are all fleeting clouds. The arrival of the Fengyun continent's master god can destroy our foundations in minute. Yes, Your Majesty. Our foundations and whatnot are all illusions. If the Fengyun continent wants us to collapse, it will collapse at any time. Why don't we, the 9 Beast Kings, travel together? Life and death together. If we can make a name for ourselves in the future, it will be the name of the 9 of us brothers. Lion King's gaze turned to Qin Wushuang, obviously wanting to hear Qin Wushuang's opinion. Everyone, now is not the time. Since the Master God has his eyes on your 9 Beast Hall, Snow Ferret King and Elephant King's every move will be strictly monitored. Moreover, the millions of spirit beasts of your almighty beast clan need a spiritual core. If all the Beast Kings leave and the spiritual core is gone, the morale of the army will be easily slackened. The people of the Fengyun continent are still wary of your millions of beast horde. This is the only bargaining chip that you can use to maintain your bottom line in the negotiations. Lion King was silent, but he couldn't help but admit that Lord Xinghe was right. Cast aside all distracting thoughts and set off. In the 9 Beast Hall, Snow Ferret King and Elephant King had received instructions and had some confidence. Once they considered that the Master God's soul might be coldly observing them, they felt their hair stand on end, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. But since things had come to this, they could only brace themselves and continue. Elephant King said with a long face, Lion King and the rest are free and unfettered, leaving the 2 of us to suffer here. If our almighty beast clan had the ability to deal with Lin Jingfeng, would we still need to stay here and be vexed? I really don't know what they're thinking. Perhaps they're afraid of the celestial phenomenon mainland and don't dare to find trouble with them, choosing to pick on us soft persimmons instead? Snow Ferret King was extremely depressed as well. Isn't that so? They're just bullying us. Elephant King scolded out, if they really piss me off, I'll send out the highest beast stampede order and everyone will be finished together. By then, the Black Magpie Star will be reduced to ruins and they won't be able to get anything at all. Elephant, don't be rash. Let's wait for His Majesty the Lion King and the rest to return before we make a plan. Right now, the most important thing for us is to swallow our anger. Don't push us too hard. There's no need to walk down the path of no return. Highs. The 2 of them echoed one another. Clearly, they were putting on an act. They did not know if the Thunder Master God's soul was right before them. However, this was the order of the Lion King. They had to put on an act to confuse the almighty beast clan. Indeed, it was as Qin Wushuang had expected. The Thunder Master God had indeed circled back, and his soul had long covered the entire 9 Beast Hall. When he heard the echoing conversation, the lungs of the Thunder Master God were about to explode. Given the strong intuition of a Master God, how could he not tell that the 2 of them were just putting on an act? But that was not the only thing that had the Thunder Master God shocked. To think that these 2 Beast Kings who looked as though they were simple-minded would be able to see through the schemes of his Master God so quickly, was it because these Beast Kings were smart, or was there some powerful being backing them up? Seems like this plan won't work either. Then, let's do something more radical. We might as well just destroy the souls of these two beast kings and use the soul-shifting technique to turn them into puppet. The puppet technique was nothing new. However, the divine venomous puppet technique that required one to control one's soul was something that even the Thunder Master God had yet to master. The moment the Thunder Master God said that he would do it, he did it. His soul was activated, and with a single thought of his consciousness, two seals were formed that locked down the souls of the Elephant King and the Snow Ferret King. The Snow Ferret King and the Elephant King could only feel their entire bodies twitching as though they were frozen in place. Not good. Elephant, we've been tricked. The Elephant King realized that something was amiss as well as he roared out, Snow Ferret, this is bad. Guard your souls. When the time comes, self-destruct them. We must definitely not let them control our souls. The Snow Ferret's face was filled with grief and indignation. Despicable. Shameless. This must be the doing of that trashy master god. Despicable scum. Mph, the two of you can curse to your heart's content. The entire nine-beast grand hall has already been sealed up by my soul. It's stronger than any barrier out there. Why don't you guys give it a try by self-destructing your souls? The seals of the Thunder Master God were not just limited to the physical body. Even their souls were sealed up as well. The souls of the Snow Ferret King and the Elephant King were in a daze as though they were drunk. If I were to search your souls, I might just trigger them and cause them to self-destruct instead. I'll refine your souls out first before slowly processing them. The Thunder Master God was extremely sinister as he grinned from ear to ear. Shaking his arms, two beams of light shot out from his hands, forming two gigantic screens of light. To think that he would really start refining their souls. Under the control of the Master God, the Snow Ferret King and the Elephant King had no way of resisting at all. In the depths of their souls, there was still a faint trace of faith that seemed to be making its final struggle. No. We must definitely not let him have his way. I'm going to self-destruct. Self-destruct. Through conventional methods, it was clearly too late for them to self-destruct their souls. However, the nine beast kings had already made an agreement after the invasion of the foreign races. After cultivating the ancient beast race's inheritance of the soul self-destruct technique, they would create a soul talisman that would reside in the depths of their souls. Once the soul talisman was activated to its limits, a single bit of will would be able to activate the soul talisman and ignite the entire soul, causing it to self-destruct. The soul talisman was just like a fuse, a primer. However, the soul talisman communicated with one another. As long as their souls were to self-destruct, the soul talisman would be able to sense one another and inform their companions. The last bit of will in the hearts of the Snow Ferret King and the Elephant King were holding on bitterly. The Thunder Master God merely scoffed coldly as he deployed his mystic skills in a frenzy to refine their souls. If you want to know what happens next, please visit www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Naboxon was stunned. Galaxy? Chen Xiong's expression immediately changed. Sir Lei, among the 20 teams of Celestial Phenomenon Continent, there is a captain called Xinghe. He once had some friction with their internal members. He was even hunted down by Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace's Sun Dongshan. Even now, the bounty was still there. However, his whereabouts are unknown. It is said that he is already dead. Dead? The Thunder Master God frowned. How could he possibly be dead? Lord Lei, I heard that Wu Xinghe's cultivation is only at the first tribulation of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. His strength isn't enough to affect the overall situation, right? I'm just afraid that he's hiding his strength. Right now, the most important thing is to figure out whether or not the Lord Xinghe in their consciousness is that Wu Xinghe. Or is it just a coincidence that their names are similar? Naboxon asked Nono. Yes. We must definitely get to the bottom of this. Forget it. I'll settle this problem. You're in charge of figuring out how to split up the colossal beast race. Remember, we must not let a beast stampede of millions form. The moment it does, it will be a fatal blow to our grand plan. The crystal mine of the Black Magpie Star is an important part of our plan for the Windcloud continent. We cannot afford to lose it. Yes, your subordinate will definitely handle this matter well. Naboxon could only nod his head in agreement. Suddenly, the face of the Thunder Master God changed slightly as he could not help but stand up. His expression was extremely gloomy as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Striding out of the tent, he looked at the endless starry skies with an extremely dark gaze. My lord, what's wrong? The facial muscles of the Thunder Master God twitched slightly. Yet another batch of powerful beings has arrived. I can sense the might of a Master God. Are they trying to show off their might to me? At the end of his words, the Thunder Master God's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Naboxon, seems like the upcoming mission isn't as easy as you and I had imagined. Might of a Master God? Naboxon was taken aback as well. My lord, you mean to say that there are powerful beings of the Master God level who have arrived? Master Gods of the Celestial Mainland? Naboxon snorted out coldly. I'll go meet him. Do what you're supposed to do. That's right. Go investigate that Xinghe for me. Also, this matter must be kept a secret. The secret of the heaven-connecting Grand Canyon must not be known to anyone of the Celestial Mainland. Understood. Understood, my lord. The body of the Thunder Master God bolted out, turning into a streak of lightning that bolted out into the endless starry skies. Above that boundless Xinghe, several tens of thousands of miles away, was a mighty aura that was diving down towards the direction of the Black Magpie Star. The trajectory of its movement was extremely majestic. Only the might of a Master God could soar through this endless Xinghe with such ease. Behind this Master God were two Master God flying ships, one on the left and the other on the right. Just like a pair of wings, they followed closely behind at a distance not too far behind, maintaining an extremely harmonious speed. This Master God was the third Master God of the Celestial Mainland's Master God Palace. His status was roughly similar to the status of the Thunder Master God in the Windcloud Mainland. Dressed up, this person was filled with the aura of the pugilistic world. He had a red turban on his head that was extremely out of the ordinary. On his back was a battle saber that caused one to take in a deep breath of cold air. He was dressed in a simple yet not simple armor that looked extremely light. However, that aura of his was clearly that of a general who had been through hundreds of battles. The name of this third Master God was Ding Yundu. Haha. Are you the Master God of the Celestial Mainland? The thunderous voice of the Thunder Master God boomed out through the entire starry skies. When Ding Yundu caught sight of the aura of this person who had arrived, he knew that his display of might had worked. This Master God of the Windcloud Mainland had already sensed his presence and was here for a spar. Ding Yundu's figure flashed as he increased his speed and drifted right before the Thunder Master God. I heard that there's a rising star in the Windcloud Mainland who has ascended to become a Master God. Seems like it must be you, sir. Life is truly unpredictable. To think that you and I would meet in an occasion as such. Brother Ding Yundu. The Thunder Master God roared out in laughter. So, it's Sir Ding Yundu. It's an honor to meet you at last. When one reached the level of a Master God, there was no way one would go about fighting and killing the moment they met. Even if the hatred in one's heart was as deep as the oceans, there was no way one would tear off all pretenses and curse at one another like a shrew on the streets. The both of them were extremely polite, as though they were old friends who had not met for a long time. But the truth was that the both of them had already exchanged quite a few rounds of blows through various methods, including eye contact, hand gestures, etc. This sort of probing was seamless. If one's eyesight was lacking, they would definitely not be able to tell. Sir Thunder Master God, everyone has left their homes to come to this place for the sake of striking it rich. Isn't that right? Ding Yundu chuckled out. That's right, that's right. One wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. The Thunder Master God replied with a fake smile. But who knew that Ding Yundu's face would darken all of a sudden? Since it's all for the sake of striking it rich, Aren't the methods of the Windcloud mainland a little overboard? The territory of the celestial phenomenon mainland where we mine has not crossed the line. Yet, you guys are trying all sorts of ways to strike at us. Why is that? You must know that when two tigers fight, one of them is bound to be injured. The Thunder Master God was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was truly inverting right and wrong. Even though the Windcloud mainland was extremely displeased with the interference of the celestial phenomenon mainland and there were some small conflicts between them, shouldn't the celestial phenomenon mainland be the one who had gone overboard? Why were they trying to play the blame game instead? Sir Yundu, aren't you just trying to play the blame game with your words? If not for the fact that you guys from the celestial phenomenon mainland had killed 5 to 6 of our heavenly supreme Tao powerful beings consecutively, would there have been such a mess later on? T. I've already asked around. Out of the 20 parties of the celestial phenomenon mainland, there are only 5 to 6 of them who have the strength to do so. All of them had sworn clearly that they had not done those things. You guys, on the other hand, were the ones who instigated the beast stampede first before seizing the opportunity to kill 6 of our great illusory Sun Divine Palace members. No matter what, you guys were the ones who started it. Ding Yundu's tone was extremely displeased as well. The Thunder Master God knew that the beast stampede incident was indeed the fuse that ignited the conflict. It was the first link in the chain reaction. However, at this moment, he was naturally not going to admit to it. The beast stampede was started by the native colossal beast race of the Black Magpie Star. It has nothing to do with us at all. As for the conflict with the great illusory Sun Divine Palace, that was because they had sent people to spy on our base in the south and chased us over there. Sir Yundu, if our people had gone over to your base to spy on you guys, would you have let the matter rest just like that? Both of them were trying to reason things out. No matter what, they had to take the moral high ground first. Ding Yundu waved it off with his hand. Let's not talk about those old grudges anymore. Our celestial phenomenon mainland had suffered losses because we didn't have the strength to back it up. So, I'll have to ask Your Excellency, Thunder Master God, for your opinion on how things should be resolved from now on. Should we continue fighting? Or should we be amiable? The Thunder Master God was extremely displeased. What did he mean by they had suffered losses? It was hard to say who was the one who had suffered losses. Even though it seemed like the celestial phenomenon mainland had suffered more casualties. However, the Windcloud mainland did not have that many casualties. Instead, they had more elites. There were quite a number of heavenly supreme Tao powerful beings who had fallen. Even with the eyesight of a Master God, the Thunder Master God could not make out any clues at all. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the one who killed Lin Jingfeng was really someone else? If that's the case, it won't be easy for me to get out of this embarrassing situation. How is it? Is there anyone who killed Lin Jingfeng? When Ding Yundu caught sight of how the Thunder Master God was remaining silent, he knew that he had already gained the upper hand in terms of logic. Naturally, he was going to seize the opportunity to strike. The Thunder Master God harumphed out softly, "Who knows if you guys have any hidden characters?" Ding Yundu's tone was unfriendly as he scoffed out coldly, "Thunder Master God, you're the one who's here to seek confirmation. And now, you're the one who's saying these words as well. You are an exalted sovereign. Are you really going to be a fickle, despicable person?" The Thunder Master God snorted out coldly, "All right then. Let me ask you guys. Within this batch of people, is there someone by the name of Wu Xinghe?" Wu Xinghe. Ding Yundu was not too familiar with the name list and did not have much of an impression of the name Wu Xinghe. He could not help but turn around to look at the others with a startled expression. Lord Master God, Wu Xinghe is one of the team leaders of the itinerant cultivators. He has been dead for a long time now. Dead? Where was he killed? Are there any corpses to prove it? The Thunder Master God scoffed coldly, You guys from the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace have all placed a bounty on the head of that Wu Xinghe. The way I see it, this Wu Xinghe is the most suspicious. Everyone exchanged glances before turning their gazes towards the sole survivor of the Great Illusory Sun Divine Palace, R.I. Dongshan. Instantly, R.I. Dongshan was pushed to the heart of the storm. Wu Xinghe is indeed suspected of killing my junior brother, Hong Yu. But, what has that got to do with your weathering mainland? Even though he hated Wu Xinghe so much that his teeth were itching, there was no way he could splash dirty water on Wu Xinghe under such circumstances. Otherwise, who knew how Ding Yundu would deal with him later on? If he were to frame Wu Xinghe right now, wouldn't that just be siding with an outsider? R.I. Dongshan was no fool. He still had that bit of discernment. The Thunder Master God harumphed coldly, based on my intel, the person who killed Lin Jingfeng, this Wu Xinghe is the most suspicious. Now that you guys can't even tell us where Wu Xinghe is, that just proves that this matter is even more suspicious. A heavenly supreme Tao leader from the Myriad Eagle Palace over at the Celestial Phenomenon mainland could not help but interject, Your Excellency Thunder Master God, if you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? That Lin Jingfeng is also a rare genius of your weathering mainland, right? Ding Yundu's unexpected appearance messed up the Thunder Master God's deployment. Since both sides had Master Gods, the latter could not strike out recklessly. Otherwise, there was a high chance that this would turn into a battle between the Master Gods. Both of them had reached a tacit understanding that the Master Gods would not participate in the battle. All fights would be left to their subordinates. In the sky-connecting Grand Canyon, the 7 Beast Kings had extremely terrible expressions on their faces. All of them looked at one another, their eyes filled with sorrow. The ferret and elephant really self-destructed. Wind Cloud Continent. The Foamune Continent. The Wolf King gnashed his teeth as he thought to himself. In the colossal beast race, the 9 Beast Kings were as close as brothers. The moment 2 of them died, the emotions of the other 7 erupted at the same time. Their hatred for the Wind Cloud Continent had also reached its limits at this moment. This hatred was something that could never be resolved. Sir Xinghe, the ferret and elephant have self-destructed. The Lion King's tone was filled with grief and indignation. Qin Wushuang shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat sympathetic. However, the difficult situation did not give them the time to be sad. Fellow Beast Kings, the ferret and elephant have died for the greater good of the Black Magpie Star. All of you survivors should work even harder for them and complete the cause that you have yet to complete. The 7 Beast Kings nodded their heads, their expressions unprecedentedly resolute. If you want to know what will happen next, please visit www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 951. Qin Wushuang and the rest did not explore the crystal stone mines. Their speed had obviously increased by a lot. 7 days later, they had already penetrated 100,000 miles into the hinterland. Here, the entire sky-connecting Grand Canyon seemed to have let them enter that mysterious ancient era. Trees that could not be hugged by a few people, deep and serene caves, all kinds of strange monsters that would appear from time to attack, and trouble that could come out at any time. That sense of crisis seemed to be hanging over their heads, and could come out at any time to cause trouble. Everyone's heartstrings were tightly taut. They did not dare to relax for a moment. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang's heavenly supreme Tao experts led the way. It was very dangerous, and 60 to 70% of them were dealt with by him alone. The rest of the group dealt with the remaining 30 to 40%. In this way, although it was very strenuous, but at least there were no major problems. Lord Xinghe, according to the rumors, we should be close to the core area of Myriad God Cave. The rumors say that between 100,000 to 300,000 miles in the Grand Canyon, there is Myriad God Cave, and it is the place of the demons in the ancient universe. It is both real and illusory. I don't know if it is true. Lion King said carefully. Qin Wushuang sensed the ancient aura in this area, and faintly believed this rumor. There is no smoke without fire, and even if the ancient legends were not completely true, most of them had some clues. We have already come to this step, let's continue forward. Qin Wushuang waved his hand, and everyone continued on their way. Qin Wushuang was still in the lead. While they were moving, Qin Wushuang suddenly stopped, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Everyone, look. Everyone looked at the place where Qin Wushuang's finger was pointing. Above the mountain range in front of them, between the clouds and fog, a huge palace appeared faintly. The palace was a complex of buildings. The center was tall, while the two sides were tall and short. They were symmetrically distributed, surrounding the largest building in the center. It was like stars surrounding the moon. It was majestic and magnificent, giving people a sense of incomparable solemnity. That's a palace. Everyone's eyes revealed a fanatical look. In such a place, to see such a majestic palace, there was no doubt that it was a very sacred place. Captain, according to our visual estimation, it's at most 1,000 li away. Let's speed up and go there in one breath. Tai Hong was suddenly energized. After walking for so long and passing by so many crystal mines, it was really too torturous for these rogue cultivators. It was really not their style to not dig for crystals when there were so many of them. Now, all kinds of emotions were subdued by this majestic and enchanting palace. Even if it does, can it still follow our rhythm and move backward? This is also too mysterious, right? Just as they were talking, little Jiang suddenly cried out, the palace disappear. The crowd looked over and saw that the palace had actually disappeared in an instant. All of the clouds, all of the spectacular scenery, seemed to have disappeared cleanly in that instant. As if it had never appeared at all. This bizarre scene made everyone dumbstruck with amazement. Following the disappearance of this palace, everyone exclaimed in disappointment. Just like a child losing his most beloved toy, this disappointed exclamation completely expressed the emotions in their hearts. How can this be? Tai Xiong was completely dumbfounded. What the hell, is this playing with us? Blackwing chuckled coldly. This is the wonder of the ancient universe, both real and illusory, making you unable to distinguish. Illusion, I guess that this must be an illusion. It's just that this illusion is also too freaking real. It's even more real than a real palace. On the Beast King's side, the nine-tailed Fox King suddenly let out a low sigh. Look over there, look over there. In the direction of his finger, there was a tall pagoda that pierced into the clouds. The pagoda towered into the clouds, emitting the aura of pearls and treasures. It was a spectacular sight, shooting out light that shot thousands of miles away. Pagoda. Is this an illusion? Blackwing muttered. Captain, what should we do? Everyone felt that their brains weren't working well. The pagoda in front of them seemed so real. If it wasn't for the lesson from the palace just now, they definitely wouldn't have thought that this was an illusion. Because everything about this pagoda seemed so real. Whether it was the outline, the scale, the decorations, or the appearance, they all had a real feeling. You guys stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. Qin Wushuang made up his mind, activating the yin-yang purple cloud wings, transforming into a purple light, the heavenly branch Kuei wolf twin swords unsheathed, opening up a path in front. The distance of 1,000 miles could be covered in just a few ups and downs. However, the distance to the pagoda was like a mysterious and distant shore that could never be reached. No matter how Qin Wushuang rushed, he couldn't reach the foot of the pagoda. Another illusion? How can there be such a realistic illusion in this world? Indeed, this black magpie star is strange. While Qin Wushuang was lost in thought. Suddenly, the golden light around the pagoda abruptly condensed into a ball in the center, like a suspended mirror. After the ball of light condensed into a ball, it suddenly shot out. Boom! The 10,000 rays of golden light shot towards Qin Wushuang like snowflakes filling the sky. Everyone at the back felt their hearts jump to their throats. Captain! Lord Xinghe!